Good morning. I'm Rosemary Barton. Thank you so much for joining us. We are here in the nation's capital, a beautiful day with the canal behind us, the Senate to my right, Canadians about to get a taste of historic ritual and ceremony wrapped up in very modern political moment. King Charles will open Parliament with a historic speech from the throne. 19 visits to this country as prince, each one of them remarkable. But on his first trip to this country as king, Charles III will truly make history.
You have come here to form this new parliament from across the great land.
Only one other monarch has opened parliament, his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, nearly 7 decades ago, and her last speech from the throne here nearly half a century ago.
I have always been full of admiration for what Canada is.
This moment is rife with meaning as the world order shifts, Canada's sovereignty is threatened, and a new Prime Minister lays out an ambitious agenda to respond. Today, what sets our democracy apart will be on full display as Mark Carney's new government charts its course to navigate these uncertain times. What it means for the world, the country, and you. The King in Canada, delivering the speech from the throne. You are looking here at the nation's capital, where people are already gathering for a glimpse at the King and Queen on their second day here in Canada, ready for a day full of symbolism and significance, obviously. Today, Canadians will get a sense of what their new government plans for the days and weeks ahead. And the messenger today, not that young fellow, but the King himself, King Charles, accepting this invitation by the Prime Minister to come here and deliver this throne speech today to kick off this new session of Parliament. With us today, all day, for every important moment throughout the next number of hours, royal historian Carolyn Harris, who of course was with Adrian all day yesterday, and the host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane, who will be here to track all the political back and forth of this moment. Good to see some crowds already coming out on a beautiful day in Ottawa. Carolyn, your first thoughts for why the King is here. This is what today is really about. This is what the visit is about.
Yes, this is the centerpiece of the royal visit and a highly historic moment, as only twice in history has a reigning monarch opened Parliament here in Canada, in 1957 and 1977. So we're seeing this for the first time in King Charles III's reign and in the 21st century.
Yeah, and we are seeing there on the streets, that's Wellington, where the King will soon arrive with the Queen Camilla, of course. And look, there's some very enthusiastic royal watchers who are hoping to get a glimpse of him. David, this is an important political moment for the Prime Minister, for his government. What are you going to be listening for?
Yeah, this trip has been described as an expression of Canadian sovereignty, and the visit itself may be that. But what I'm curious to see, Rosie, is how that sovereignty is expressed in the words in this speech from the throne later this morning. I mean, King Charles is the head of state. He is the King of Canada, but he's also the King of the United Kingdom. And so that makes him a monarch that is kind of caught between two prime ministers. You have the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who has a very different agenda when it comes to the United States and with Donald Trump. He wants deeper economic cooperation, deeper trade ties. And then you have Mark Carney, who says the days of deepening integration are over. Yep. So the King acts and speaks on the advice of the Prime Minister. He's got two prime ministers, one in each ear. I'm curious to see how he's going to thread that needle today.
Yeah, and doesn't want to put the King, obviously, in an awkward position diplomatically, but wants to make a point. Indeed, his presence will make the point today. But let's give you a sense of how today is going to unfold. From a royal parade to the reading of the throne speech, there's a lot on the agenda this morning. Here's what to expect. Just before 10 a.m. Eastern, King Charles and Queen Camilla will depart from outside the Bank of Canada in downtown Ottawa. They will travel down Wellington Street in an open carriage called the State Landau, escorted by 28 horses of the RCMP musical ride to the Senate of Canada. There, the King will receive full military honors, including a 21-gun salute. Then shortly after 11 a.m. Eastern, he will deliver the speech from the throne. When it's finished, the King and Queen will travel to the National War Memorial, where they will pay their respects at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Then they will return to Macdonald-Cartier International Airport and head right back home. So a whirlwind visit to be sure, but we have eyes and ears at every stop along the parade today. We'll start with Omar Debegi-Pacheco, who's along the parade route. Omar, there are people there gathered behind you. Give us a sense of what people are hoping to see.
Here since long before I got here, but I got to tell you, to situate you, we're about 4 blocks. This parade is pretty short. It's going to last about 4 blocks. We're at the Bank of Canada building. They're going to move 4 blocks down towards the Senate. The early birds here, of course, many royal fans. You can see them kind of filling in. If yesterday's any indication, within the last hour or so, people just tend to just fill these areas here for people to watch. The second opportunity they'll have to see the King and Queen up close. I've been speaking to a lot of people, especially those early birds. One woman who grew up about 3 blocks away from Buckingham Palace, a family that was here that said, it was really important. I think for them, the symbolism that we've been talking about, for them, it's not lost on anyone, I think, here, the historical significance, but also the symbolism and the importance of that symbolism in this particular moment, at least for all the people that I've been speaking with, that tend to think that, this for them, I think, for some people, they would not have come out here otherwise, they told me, but they thought it was important for them to be here because of course, everything that's going on with our neighbors to the south. So we've got that, everything kind of ramping up right now. You can see the crowd sort of moving in at the moment. And really here, I think, just hoping to catch a glimpse of the King and Queen. There's, I gotta say, a range of ages here too. Like some people have been to every single royal visit. Other people, it's their very first time. I talked to a 9-year-old who was more pumped, I got to say, than most of the people that I spoke to. And for her, it was just a sense that you can see the young people kind of filing in here. It was a sense that there was something happening here that they would remember for the rest of their lives. And so that's sort of a sense of who is here. Also, some tourists from out of town that just stumbled upon this and said, they're from Sweden, and they said, We've been watching this kind of unfold politically and everything that is happening in your country, and they happened to be here to witness what they said was, they were very clearly aware of its symbolic importance, that show of soft power that is unfolding here today, and that's what brought them today. So we're going to try to connect with some of them throughout the show.
Okay, Omar, thank you so much for that. Omar Debegi-Pacheco, he's down Wellington, closer to where this parade will start, near the Bank of Canada. Also just a good excuse to take a day off for school for some of those kids, even though it's a historical moment. Also along the parade route, though, this morning, Kate McKenna. Kate, give us a sense of what things are like where you are.
Well, I'm right in front of Centre Block, so probably about halfway where the King and Queen are going to go on their way to the Senate. And there's a real palpable sense of excitement here. I think we can show you a little bit of what's happening here. The crowd is beginning to fill in. Some people have been here for hours. Some people are here from across the country. I spoke to one person who's here from Nova Scotia, other person who is here from British Columbia. And there's just a sense of excitement about the King and Queen visiting. This is the first time they're here as the reigning monarch, and also that there is this real sense of solidarity when it comes to Canada's sovereignty. We're seeing Union Jacks, but we're also seeing Canada as not for sale hats. And when I'm speaking with people, that's what's coming out. And it's not just individuals who are here, but I've also seen a lot of MPs, including a number of Conservative MPs, who tell me that they're very excited for this visit, that they feel that it was a good move, that Mark Carney asked the King to come and give this speech. But they're all excited. They're looking forward to seeing the King and Queen, seeing the pageantry that's set to happen. Some of the people I spoke with here saw the Queen in the past, and they're excited to see her son fulfilling his duty as the King. So just a real sense of excitement and people looking forward to what's going to happen this morning.
Okay, Kate, we'll come back to you as the crowds start to fill out where you are. And if you want to grab some of those MPs who are excited, you can certainly do that as well. Thank you for that. Now, normally, as you know, the speech from the throne is read by the Governor General as the representative of the Crown in Canada. But there's been just a couple other times where the sitting monarch delivered it
Yeah,
personally.
I just got to find a guest.
I greet you as your Queen.
The first time was in 1957 when she delivered the speech from the throne, well aware of the history she was making.
For the first time, the representatives of the people of Canada and their sovereign are here assembled on the occasion of the opening of Parliament.
This was her first visit to Canada as monarch, and it came just after a new Prime Minister, John Diefenbaker, was sworn in. Echoes of that visit seen now in this one. In 1977, she returned to read a second speech from the throne, this one opening a new session of Parliament, her Silver Jubilee year, a chance to reflect on all the Canadians she'd met through the decades.
I have always been full of admiration for what Canada is. The new generation fill me with confidence for what Canada can become.
That was the last time a reigning monarch delivered a throne speech. This one will be number 3, a rare move coming at a rare moment in Canada's history.
And of course, having a front row seat to all of it with us today, Chief Correspondent Adrienne Arsenault.
Hello,
Good to see you again. It's like maybe we slept in this tent.
Exactly.
You've covered, I don't know how many
I'm
royal
that old,
milestones.
yeah.
No, just you have in many places, both in the UK and here. This is one for this country.
For sure.
What are you going to be watching for?
I think on one level, more of the same from yesterday. Are we going to see those rich images, lots of Canadian flag waving, those distinctly Canadian moments? But of course, there is this introduction before the throne speech, right? This one moment where the king can offer something distinct. Will it be crafted in such a way that there will be a line or two that is digestible for social media? Because frankly, that's how most people are going to interact with the throne speech.
Yeah.
And will there be a line that goes viral? So have they done that? And where will that line end up? Are we going to hear it echoing from the White House? Do we know that will get in front of them? We know from the calls Carolyn has been receiving from the U.S. media that they're very interested in how this is going to go with the U.S. president. So I'm looking for a line. And I think, again, just more of those interactions.
Yeah.
As much as possible in this confines of this day.
I know you were talking to a lot of people yesterday. You'll do that again today. I wonder how much of today is about the king and how much of it is about patriotism and sort of that renewed sense of feeling proud of our history and our country.
Everything all together all at once.
Yeah.
Yes, he is the King of Canada, but he's also the King of 14 other realms. And when he's here, he's the King of Canada. When he's in the UK, he's the King of England, which is why, Mark Carney gave this interview to Sky News, and they said to him, how do Canadians feel about the King and the Prime Minister, extending the second state visit invitation to President Trump? It's very unusual for that to happen. And he said, well, I don't think they're very impressed by it. And that may be true. It also doesn't matter because the king has to act on the advice of the Prime Minister. And if the British government thinks that flattery of the U.S. president is a good idea, that's what he's going to have to do. The time that this is happening at all, regardless of what they wear, regardless of what he says, that is a statement. I think about the 1980s. The Queen opened Parliament in Grenada. Why did she do that? Well, it was just a few years after the Americans had invaded. Without saying a word, she said a ton. So just the act that this is happening is a big deal.
How important do you think it is for the king personally? Obviously, as you said, it's a request by the Prime Minister that can't be refused.
Right.
But for him to do this, given his relationship with the country.
I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I think it's a very big deal for him. You see it in the nature of the interactions he had. He didn't schedule a lunch yesterday.
No.
And Carolyn, you've made this point a lot. He didn't schedule a lunch because it's in his sort of ethos to connect with as many people as possible. He could have scheduled a lunch. He could have gone right from the airport to Rideau Hall, thrown some soil on a tree, waved hello, and gone into the meetings. He didn't do that. And the royal household was very involved in the interactions yesterday. That matters to him. The nature of those interactions matters to him. They were very gentle. For all the formality of what we're about to experience, it's the informal moments that seem to connect with him. Everyone we spoke with yesterday said he seemed genuine.
Yeah.
That seemed like he was really interested.
Yeah.
And it's almost as if they were surprised that they were expecting something more formal and stiff and
Standoffish,
distant.
yeah.
And it wasn't that. And I think that's how people are receiving it will matter to him. I don't know, Rosie, if they saw the picture of the turkey making a break for it on the grounds of Rideau Hall. But from what I know of the royal household staff and from what I understand of the king, someone will get that picture in front of him and he will love it.
Yeah.
It is those unexpected things that completely get his sense of humor, and I think that will matter to him too in a weird way.
And he's doing all this in spite of health challenges that he's dealing with. I was told yesterday they were very good spirits, really
Yes.
happy to see the crowds because you never know with things like this. Where were you going to head now to get a sense of things?
Well, you know me. I'm an outdoor cat, fundamentally.
Yes, you are.
Right? So I want to get as close to what's happening as I can. So I'm going to make a break, much like the turkey. I will make a break for it, too, and head out to the streets and just to see who I can meet and what we can find.
Yeah.
And if I get something good, I'll let you know.
Yes, you will. Okay. Thank you so much,
Okay, cheers.
Adrian. Adrian, of course, will be back here tonight to host the National. We're about 45 minutes away now until the King and Queen arrive at the Bank of Canada building on Wellington, just a few blocks from where I am. The parade will be short, but look, there are people turned out. Adrian's going to go chase some of them down. We'll be right back. There you are. You're looking at people starting to line the streets here in the nation's capital along Wellington, where the King and Queen will arrive shortly to make a short voyage in the state landau from the Bank of Canada, which is, ironically, the Prime Minister's former workplace, down to the Senate here, where the pomp and circumstance of this day will get underway. Of course, it is a historic day. King Charles III making history by becoming the third, by this being the third time a monarch is reading the speech from the throne, the two other times done by his mother, the first time it's been done since 1977. Of course, it is a critical day for the country. It's a critical day for the government. It's a critical day for this Prime Minister, a new Prime Minister with a very ambitious legislative agenda that will get kicked off in real time now as of today, because this is the real beginning of the parliamentary session and sitting. Omar Debegi Pacheco is down there on the streets in Wellington, and I believe he has a guest with him now. Omar.
Yeah, a short parade you mentioned, only a couple blocks, and so the early birds, they're at the front. If you weren't here early enough, I mean, those spots are kind of taken. The family that I've got here, Dad's been kind enough to hold your spot because you guys were here super early, and we've just pulled you aside for this. I'm with Clara, Stephanie, and Elizabeth. And you guys were here so early. Clara, I want to start with you because you looked like so excited that I had to go talk to you. You're 9 years old. What brings you out to this here today?
Well, my mom wrote a message to the Queen, and she got a letter back. And we're here to see the King and the Queen because we're proud Canadians.
You're 9 years old, and this means a lot to you?
Yes.
What's the importance of this for you?
Well, I just want to really see the King and the Queen with my family.
And Stephanie, you took the kids out of school, obviously, today.
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
Well, as Clara mentioned, I wrote Queen Elizabeth upon the passing of Prince Philip, and I received a letter from one of her oldest ladies-in-waiting, and that was so symbolic right after COVID to receive that as a mom at home with kids and to recognize what the Queen had done all these years as a working mom on a much broader scale. So to see the King and the Queen here today is just so meaningful, and to share it with Clara and my husband and Elizabeth it's surreal.
There is a symbolism around all this. Is there a particular importance to that symbolism for you at this particular moment in time for Canada?
It's important that they're here to help us define what's unique about Canada, that we're connected to the Commonwealth as well, and that we are Canadian.
And Elizabeth, I want to bring you in because, of course, you're named the same as our former Queen. So what brings you out here? What gets you excited about coming here? You're only 6 years old. You think you're going to be looking to this moment when you're older and thinking about what it meant to you?
Yes.
Yeah? What are you most excited about here?
Seeing the Queen and the King.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. So, as you can see, a lot of people have been talking here. Different reasons to be here. A lot of veterans, a lot of folks who have seen every single royal visit, and a lot of young folks. I've spoken to a few families now, Rosemary, who have taken their kids out of school today, yesterday at Lansdowne for that chance, just this idea that this is a symbolic moment steeped in tradition, but also that it will be a historic one, not lost on them, and something they want to pass along to their kids.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Omar. Not only historic because the King's delivering the throne speech, but it's his first visit to Canada as King, his 20th time in this country. So for historic for that reason, too. Thanks, Omar. We'll come back to you, of course. Right. If you are just tuning in, we are awaiting the arrival of the King and Queen. They are going to make their way from that parade near where Omar is. That will get started just before the top of the hour, 9:50 Eastern Time. If you don't want to miss that, the throne speech itself happening at around 11. Not expected to be a long speech, but an important one for lots of reasons. So we are seeing a fairly good turnout on this sunny day in the nation's capital. Maybe I'll bring back Carolyn now to talk a little bit about what you saw yesterday and whether, some of the crowds were sort of generated, would be a nice way to say it, and some of them were spontaneous. This would be spontaneous, what we're seeing today. This would be people who have made the effort to take time off work and come down and stand and wait for the King and Queen.
Yes, we're seeing families, veterans, lots of people from Ottawa and from further afield. Back in 1957, the mayor of Ottawa predicted that 100,000 people would come to Ottawa to see Queen Elizabeth II open Parliament at a time when Ottawa had just over 200,000 people living there. The crowds are not quite as large in 2025. Now there's many more options for streaming and watching online compared to at that time Queen Elizabeth II gave her very first televised speech in 1957. So smaller crowds today, but very enthusiastic ones. Those who are there waving Canadian flags. There's a few British flags as well, and lots of people excited to see the King and Queen.
Okay, and we'll come back to you, Carolyn, and David too. I just want to bring in a couple of guests before things get going, although you see that it's going already. This is what people are here for, the fanfare to welcome the royals. King Charles, as we know, is a patron of many charitable organizations in this country. One of them, perhaps the best known, is the King's Trust Canada. It's a national charity that helps young people get training and experience so they can find meaningful work. That was the scene outside Rideau Hall yesterday, where some young Canadians who work with and for the King's Trust got to meet King Charles and Queen Camilla. And among them are a couple of my next guests who we'll talk to before things get underway here. Sarah Vickery is the Director of Programming at the King's Trust Canada. Maxwell Evans is on the King's Trust Youth Council, and they're both in Toronto. Good to see both of you this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
See you too.
Yes.
Sarah, I'm going to start with you. You met the King yesterday. What was that like?
It was really exciting, a little bit surreal. First it was the Governor General and then the King and then the Prime Minister, which was a little bit unexpected. And just to engage with all three of them felt very patriotic and really exciting.
How about you, Maxwell? I would imagine that's your first time meeting the King.
It was my first time meeting His Majesty, and it was really surreal. The first thing he asked me is if I was on the youth council, so he was just really informed about what we had going on, so it made me just really proud to be a part of something that we're building here.
Was he, I don't know if you heard Adrian there talking about how genuine the interactions are with him, how he really seems interested in what people are saying. Did you get that from him too, Maxwell?
Yeah, he really hit that right on the nail. He seemed very genuine and just quite informed about everything happening at the King's Trust. He mentioned our Skills Academy that we're quite proud of, and it's a program that we run to promote skills and build skills in youth. So it was just really cool to know that he kind of had his fingers on the pulse.
You were both invited because obviously you're part of this charity organization, the King's Trust. Sarah, tell me, what does this organization do to help young people in unemployment?
Well, our programs are all around bridging the skills gap, the opportunity gap, and the networking gap for young people all across Canada. And in particular, anyone who feels like they're facing barriers to employment, we want to provide opportunities for them to engage for free with building their skills and building their networks. And so our goal is to support the improved employment and employability of 100,000 young people in the next 10 years, which builds off of the King's legacy in all of his trust groups that has supported over 1 million young people around the world.
And Maxwell, you're part of the Youth Council. What kind of conversations happen there about trying to help young people get engaged and the fact that it is, the King's Trust that is doing this?
Yeah, so it's our role to advise both the directors and management teams and also the board on what would be the best way to go about reaching the youth and the best or most effective way to run their programming. So it goes from everything about what kind of speakers they should bring in, what difference in programming, how to reach different communities. There's a lot of support about bilingualism, how to get that more involved, and also just kind of building a charity for the entire nation of Canada. That's been a really big point that the Youth Council has brought up on just general nation building, and everything kind of in between. It's really special here.
Did it reaffirm the work you're doing, Maxwell, the fact that you got to meet the King?
Oh yeah, it was great, and the fact that he was so directly involved was just kind of surreal to me. I couldn't believe that we were able to get this opportunity, and it just kind of, obviously selfishly I was really excited, but the work that we have going on, it did definitely reaffirm and kind of just showed its importance.
Yeah, same question to you, Sarah. Was it kind of affirming in terms of your work to shake his hand and meet him?
Definitely, and especially we had 5 young people with us, and like Maxwell said, a lot of the conversations right now have changed. I've worked in youth programming for quite some time, and there is a new sense of what is it to be Canadian at this point in time, and so those conversations around nation building seem to turn up at more and more of our conversations with young people. So having it be the King, Governor General Mary Simon, knowing what she means to the Indigenous, Métis and Inuit community, and then the Prime Minister, it just felt like a very uniquely Canadian experience.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you both got to experience it. I'm probably not going to get that close to him today. So thanks for sharing with us, Sarah and Maxwell. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. You too.
Okay, let's go back now down to the streets there on Wellington Street. You can see the parade underway now with the Canadian Armed Forces, members of the RCMP. They are walking here not far from where we are, just in front of the Senate, where the throne speech will happen. when the King arrives here at the Senate of Canada, there'll be a royal salute, there'll be an inspection of the guard, and so all of these military honors, important as well, given the role the King plays with the Canadian Armed Forces. Let's go back now to Kate McKenna, who's on Wellington as well, with a guest. Kate.
Yeah, people are coming here. They're excited. We're seeing more people every minute. But I'm joined by two people, a mother and a daughter, Meredith and Scarlett McAndrew. And I see you're both dressed for the occasion. I'm wondering why you chose to come out this morning.
We came out today because we absolutely love the royal family. We love the history of the royals. We're also here today in support of the King of our country and the sovereignty that it brings, and the fact that he's here today to support Canada in all the ways.
I want to come back to you on that one, but Scarlett, I understand you're in grade 9, but you're already a royal historian. Yeah. Why is this so important to you?
Well, from a very young age, my grandma has always talked about the royal family, and she kind of passed the love of the royal family down to me. And recently I've started researching and learning more about the history of the royal family and like the Tudors era. And I love everything about it. I love the style and everything.
So what will it mean to you today to see the King and the Queen?
It will be magical. It's like a moment I've been dreaming for since I can remember, actually. I'm so excited.
And Meredith, I want to touch on kind of what you said. You know, part of what the discussion around this visit has been about sovereignty and about the King coming being a symbol of Canadian sovereignty. Could you kind of reflect on that? Why is that element important to you during this visit?
Just to remember that, yes, we are Canada, we are also a member of the Commonwealth, and the King above all is the King of our country, and right now is a time for all of us to stand together and to be strong, no matter what we're believing, what our thoughts are. And I love that he has made that effort to come and be a face for us during a tricky time in Canada's history.
What kind of message do you think this is sending to U.S. President Donald Trump, who of course has made threats of economic annexation of Canada?
I feel like overall it's just a positive message. I don't think you can see anything else from this other than support of our beautiful country.
And what will be going through your head when you see the King and the Queen in about an hour?
I'm just very excited for Scarlett, who, for me, it's a big deal because it's the first time or second time actually that I'll have seen a royal. But Scarlett really wanted to come down today along with our friends, and I'm going to be watching her, I think, maybe more than the King, to see how excited that she is.
And for you, what do you think will be going through your head?
I'm going to feel so lucky, and it's just, like I said, it's going to be magical. I'm so excited.
All right, well, thank you very much to both of you. I hope it is a wonderful time. And Rosie, we're going to be speaking with more people who are here right in front of Centre Block on Parliament Hill to get their thoughts ahead of this parade that's set to start pretty soon.
Okay, Kate, more people with fascinators. That's what we want to see, with hats and fascinators decked out for the day. Thanks so much. That's Kate McKenna down there on Wellington Street. As you can see, a big crowd waiting now for the King to arrive. That parade starts in about 20 minutes' time. We're going to break. We'll be right back with more of the King in Canada. Hello and welcome back. I'm Rosemary Barton. This is special coverage of an important day in this country's history. King Charles III will arrive to that building there that you see. That is the Senate building of Canada. The new and temporary Senate of Canada used to be the train station here in downtown Ottawa, has been refurbished as the Senate building while the original Senate gets renovated over the next decade or so. King Charles III will deliver the throne speech in the Senate, making a statement indeed by his very presence in these uncertain times. He will go through, of course, the part of the speech that the Prime Minister's office, the government has written, laying out the government's priorities and agenda, but there'll also be an opportunity for him off the top to have his own introductory remarks and perhaps talk a little bit more about this country that he's now visited 20 times. This is his 20th visit, his first as king. A lot to watch for today from obviously all of that, the crowds, the pomp and circumstance around the king's visit, and also the speech itself. And that will be the significant political moment steeped in history.
His Excellency, the Governor-General, Viscount Alexander of Tunis, arrives. He has come to open the session of Parliament.
Based on long-standing British tradition, the speech is delivered from the Senate chamber, as the monarch and senators are not allowed in the lower house. Before the speech begins, the usher of the Black Rod, the King's messenger in Parliament, will take the spotlight. His title comes from the ebony cane he holds, a symbol of authority, and his task today, a big one. He will leave the Senate chamber for the House of Commons, where he will knock 3 times with his black rod. This tells the members of Parliament they are being summoned. He will then lead MPs to the Senate chamber for the speech from the throne.
All of that very exciting, of course, as the MPs, some of them anyway, will make their way down here to the Senate. They aren't allowed inside the chamber, but they will gather at the door behind the bar to try and get a glimpse of the king and listen in, of course, to the throne speech. The Senate itself will have lots of dignitaries, former prime ministers and chief Supreme Court justices will be there as well. Ashley Burke is at the Senate building, and she has a guest, someone that will be there, Ashley.
Rosie, the Prime Minister invited the King here on a mission to defend Canada's sovereignty and Mark Carney sent his strongest message yet to Donald Trump that Canada, in his words, is not for sale. And the main event is happening here at the Senate. We're already seeing former governors generals arrive. We've seen the Manitoba's Premier, Wab Kinew, just walk by not long ago. And senators, of course. I'm here with Senator Kim Pate, who's going to be one of hundreds of people who are in the chamber. We know that the King's going to be making short introductory remarks before reading the government's words. What are you going to be watching for when it comes to Canada's sovereignty in this speech?
Well, I think I'm looking for the honor of the crown, and will we be honoring the crown as we promote democracy, the rule of law in this country? And as you said, sending the message to the South, clearly not only is Canada not for sale, but Canada uniquely is in a position where we want to lead internationally on ensuring democracy maintains a foothold in the world. And so I think that message globally will be important. Within Canada, I think bringing people together. Right now it's symbolic in large part. People are feeling patriotic, people are coming together. My hope is that actually leads us forward in the next, in the coming weeks, months, and years of this administration to really rebuild for the people who feel like they've been left behind. Because there was the reason there was a schism in Canada, and we need to redress that. So this is a good start, and if we get on the right path, we hear some discussion about the priorities being really rebuilding our social, economic, and health systems in particular. I think people will have great faith, and for good reason, in our country and our ability to move forward.
What message do you want this to send specifically to Donald Trump?
To Donald Trump, I want very clearly, we're not for sale, and Canada is unique, and if you don't want to deal with Canada on Canada's terms, then probably you need to move elsewhere.
Do you think that will work on him, this show of support here?
I'm not sure what would work on Donald Trump. And, many have described whether, he in fact listens to any kind of reason, if he listens to anybody. I'm not sure. But what I hope it does is in Canada that we come together, because if we come together, then no matter what's happening outside around us, we can and will withstand many outside pressures.
And for you personally, what does this moment mean, this moment in history?
For me personally, I mean, the last time a monarch was here, I was just getting ready, going off to university. I had no idea. I would never have been invited, and I'm not sure I would have been that interested. Now, in this moment, in this position, I see it as vitally important to signal that we are serious about moving forward on priorities that include all in this country, not just some.
Thank you. That was Senator Kim Pate. She's one of hundreds of people who will be in the Senate when the king reads out the speech from the throne. We know that Washington will be watching. We know that Trump admires, he respects the king and also the royal family. But how much of a difference this will make is still unclear.
Okay, Ashley Burke inside the Senate there. We'll come back to you, Ashley, when you get more guests. Thank you so much for that. Those are the people that have lined up to see the King and Queen. Obviously, you don't get crowds for a throne speech normally. This is not something that brings Canadians out in droves. It's really the monarchy that has done that. And you heard there Ashley talk about some of what is behind this request from the Prime Minister. He said at the time that it was a historic honor which matches the weight of our times, and made this request of the King when he first went to England before the election. David Cochrane is going to sit down with the Prime Minister after the throne speech today and have that full interview on his program. Obviously, this is a weighty moment. This is an important moment. I would point out that we haven't heard the President say the 51st state align since the Prime Minister went down to the Oval Office. Doesn't mean that's a closed issue at all. It might just mean that he's distracted with other world issues. But if this is intended also to send a message, there is some proof that perhaps it's working.
Yeah, I mean, the rhetoric has died down a little bit from the White House. I don't know if that means Mark Carney's gone from elbows all the way up to just halfway up at this point in time, because, while the talk of annexation and sort of conquest of a G7 and NATO ally have subsided, the economic challenges are still there, right? The threat of economic confiscation, essentially, of the auto sector and using economic coercion to force a relocation of poor manufacturing industries, of southern Ontario in particular, that's all still there. So I'm curious to see how that is addressed in this speech, going back to my earlier point off the top of the show, just how the King navigates that, given that he's the King of Canada, but also the King of the United Kingdom, and the very different real politic situations between the two countries and their ambitions for their relationship with the United States. And, when you look at the mandate letter that was released, this is normally there's, not normally, but under the Trudeau government, often there's one for every single minister. Instead, there's just one overarching one. There's only 7 priorities. So the list itself is limited, but each one of those 7 priorities is quite broad and vast. I mean, number 1 is establishing a new economic and security relationship with the United States. A million things go into that, right? So I'm curious to see. So much of the conversation I'm going to have with Mark Carney later today will depend on where this goes in the speech, what new information we get, what new action and words we get in this speech. But there's a lot there. I mean, it's been 80 days since he won the leadership. That's it, right? Not even the election, just the leadership when he beat Chrystia Freeland and Karina Gould and Frank Baylis. And look at how much has happened in that time period. So he talked about moving at a pace and a scale that we've never seen or aren't used to in this country. And he's certainly done that on the political front. Delivering now is going to be the challenge, right? Like, so how will Canadian know when it's working? When will young people be able to buy a house? Where does the relationship with Canada and the United States land and settle? And he's got this meeting, in 6 days in Saskatoon with the First Ministers. That's going to be a very important table for Mark Carney in terms of delivering on the economic agenda, the building agenda. He wants to build, projects, build houses, and build relationships. And all of that, we're going to see that really come together in Saskatoon, where people are looking for, hopefully, some real significant material announcements. I mean, Wab Kinew, the Premier of Manitoba, was on my show yesterday, and he said he expects to see some concrete action coming out of this next week, not necessarily the final costing and signing off on projects, but maybe, direction from the Prime Minister and the First Ministers. These are the 3 or 4 projects we're going to champion in the short term. So I'm curious to see where it all goes. Yeah, and the Premier of Manitoba will be there, as will a couple of other premiers, Premier of New Brunswick, I believe, and the Yukon as well. I wonder how specific it will be, the throne speech. Right. Usually they are aspirational speeches, sort of broad goals, and I wonder whether there will be hints of anything else. Because, let's be honest, this spring summer sitting is 4 weeks. Yep. The priority seems to be the middle class tax cut, along with, as you said, bigger economic opportunities. How much can he actually get done in that very tight timeline in a minority parliament?
I don't know if his expectations match what he's about to encounter.
Well, yeah, and it is a minority parliament, right? Yeah. And while there are signals of cooperation, I mean, we'll see. So we know we're going to see, obviously, the first item up for bids is going to have to be supply. You know, they need to, it's a technical thing. They need to actually get parliamentary approval to just keep paying civil servants or running government programs. They want to cut the middle class tax cut. They want to take the GST off houses between $1 million and $1.5 million, and they want to eliminate all federal trade barriers for interprovincial trade by Canada Day. So those right there, 4 pieces of legislation they want to get done before the House rises.
Plus a vote on the throne speech itself.
Plus a vote on the throne speech. Now, those policy issues, there's broad alignment on that, more or less. I mean, the Conservatives may not like the tax because it's not big enough, but they're probably not going to vote against it. The Bloc Québécois said that they'll give Mark Carney a year to deal with Donald Trump, as long as the issues don't offend, Quebec sovereignty. I don't know if cutting the GST on housing construction is going to put the Bloc Québécois back up on any of these things. So he has an opportunity here, some runway on at least those initial things. But so much of what he's talking about, from the industrial transformation of the country to the affordability challenges that he wants to address, to the housing supply and wage growth and productivity gains, those are medium to longer term things. So it's a question of what is the horizon for the real change that he is promising. When will Canadians feel it, and how will they know when it's working?
And this is really the kickoff to all of that. You can watch David's exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. That will air today, of course, on Power and Politics at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. You can catch it also on CBC News Network, CBC.ca, the YouTube page. Part of it will be on the National later. We'll talk about it all day long after the throne speech, that exclusive interview with the Prime Minister. Okay, there you go. That is the entrance to the Senate, with the red carpet rolled out for their majesties and their arrival, which will happen very shortly. Let's go back to Omar Debaghi Pacheco. He's along the parade route with some guests. Omar.
Yeah, Rosemary, and I got to say, what you can't see from that lens is that the Bank of Canada has this sort of seating area. It has just gotten just filled up in the last couple minutes. You can hear the helicopters overhead. The parade just minutes away from starting, and so we've stolen away 2 of the early birds here to talk to us, Lynn Tremblay and Nicole Adoni. And I just wanted to talk to you before this starts, because you were here super early, and you were talking about what you felt was the importance of this moment that brought you here. Can you tell me a little bit about what brought you here so early today?
Yeah, this is very historical, and also wonderful for us to be able to have the King come and open the Parliament today. We are very blessed to have this opportunity to see him today, and I'm very excited to see the Landau and the horses come through.
We'll see 28 horses and the Landau short parade, but you'll be front and center for that. Why is that important for you, though? Like, you were talking to me about the symbolism of this as it comes right now in our political climate.
Yeah, I think that what is very important to me is to make sure that, us Canadians, we have to feel being Canadian, and also, demonstrate the importance of being Canadian, certainly in this particular political climate that we're in at this moment.
And you've come for that reason, Nicole. I think you were telling me about a story about when you were younger. We were talking to some young people here earlier, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, who were thinking they were going to think back on this moment, and the place it takes in our history. You were that child.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I was about 8 years old when the expo is 1967. So the Queen came to Ottawa, and there was a big cake for July 1st. And Dad was working at security at the House of Commons, and he made sure I was there. So I was one of the first people who got a slice of this huge cake from the Queen. So it was a memory for me, the Queen, when she was in Ottawa. And now I'm seeing King Charles, so it's quite it's memorable, and it's an event, and it's great for us Canadian to have them here.
You have close family in the military. What does that all this symbolism mean to you, for looking at it through that lens?
Not quite military, but they're active, for special events. So and I just want them to be safe, and I'm happy they're keeping us safe as well, but it is people giving back to the society as well.
Lynn, Nicole, I can hear the helicopters buzzing around, and we're still waiting to see those horses come out, but as everyone sort of gets in their position, I don't want to keep you from yours. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you so much.
Merci.
Merci.
So Rosemary, we're still keeping an eye on that beginning of the parade, which is just about a block down. We can see some movement there, people kind of seem to be getting ready for that to start any minute now. So I'll throw it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Omar Debagi-Pacheco. Nice to see people turning out. Don't think there'll be any free cake today, but it'll still be nice to see the King and Queen. All right, thanks, Omar. We are expecting at around now that the Landau and the King and Queen will appear. They would have made their way over from Rideau Hall this morning to the Bank of Canada. Again, a very short parade, just a number of blocks down Wellington there. But as you can see, quite a good turnout for a lovely day in the nation's capital. I'm going to bring back Carolyn now to talk a little bit about what we should be watching for. The Landau itself is interesting. We can talk more about it when we see it. But the fact that they are taking the state Landau down the street to the Senate, I wonder what kind of message that is about, because they could have arrived in the BMW that they took from the airport yesterday.
Well, there's a lot of historic significance in the state Landau. Governor General Earl Grey, who's better known for bringing the Grey Cup to Canada, purchased the state Landau from the Governor General of Australia, and he traveled in the state Landau to open Parliament in the name of King Edward VII in 1909. And then when he returned to the United Kingdom, he left the state Landau with the RCMP. Yep. So it's continued to be part of these processions ever since then. So King Charles III is tapping into this longer history, both Canada's royal history, but also Canada's Governors General and the contributions they've made to Canadian society over time.
Now, there is no expectation here that he would be wearing a uniform of any kind. He's Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces, that he would be wearing a crown. His mother did wear a crown on both those occasions. No expectation that he'd be doing that today?
Well, Queen Elizabeth II did wear some tiaras from her collection, but the crown jewels,
yes,
the state crown in the United Kingdom cannot leave the United Kingdom. In fact, when King George V and Queen Mary had the Delhi Durbar in India in 1911, new jewels, new crowns had to be created for that. So although there is an emblem of a Canadian crown, we don't have a physical manifestation of that here in Canada, and the British crown jewels do not travel ever since they were melted down during the English Civil Wars in the 1640s.
That's a good lesson. That's a good lesson. Yeah.
And then new ones had to be ordered by Charles II for his coronation, 1661. So the crown jewels do not leave the United Kingdom, but we may see some of Queen Camilla's tiaras and brooches on display today.
What about medals, though? Would the king wear medals?
Oh, yes. Yeah. We're likely to see his Order of Canada, his Order of Military Merit. We've seen on the king's uniform, even when he's in the United Kingdom, some of those Canadian honors and decorations are there.
Yeah, a lot of today, because the parade is short, because the trip is short, a lot of that is actually because of the capacity, I think, of the king right now. It's my understanding he's still being treated for cancer.
Yes.
And so how much of that is being talked about in the UK? The fact that this is, we are asking a lot of him. He is the king, but this is an extraordinary thing for him to do, perhaps particularly at this time in his life.
Yes, King Charles III's been determined to carry on his royal duties, but we have seen less Commonwealth travel than was the case early in the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, when there were these multi-month tours, on the Royal Yacht Britannia, keeping in mind that Queen Elizabeth II was in her 20s at the time, compared to King Charles III in his 70s. So we have seen some high-profile royal tours, most notably to Australia and to Samoa for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, a meeting that King Charles III had represented Queen Elizabeth II at later in her life when she wasn't undertaking overseas travel. But if it had not been for King Charles III's cancer diagnosis, we likely would have seen a visit to Canada much sooner.
No, as you said, as we've been talking about, he's been here lots and lots of times. So he's seen what we have to offer.
Yes.
This is his 20th visit, his first one as king. And you can see there on the streets of Wellington, many people lined up. A fairly good turnout, I would say, for a regular Tuesday in the nation's capital, a beautiful sunny day here. We are expecting to see the King and Queen shortly. We'll go back now to Kate McKenna, who's down there on Wellington. Kate.
I want to introduce you to somebody very special, Elaine Huntington, 79 years old from Nova Scotia. Elaine, you saw the Queen when she was a princess. Why was it important for you to come here today?
I just think it's so special that someone from the royal family is here and that a king is going to read the speech from the throne for the first time ever. And it's so special to be here at that time, at this moment.
You were one of the first people here. You had your spot on the bench lined up. Why did you come out so early? What is it about this that is really resonating with you?
I wanted to be in the front row. I was down at Lansdowne Park yesterday as well, but I was about 3 rows back, and I only got one shot of Camilla, the Queen. Yeah, so today I wanted to have a much better view. Yeah, so I was in the Uber at 6:30 making my way across Ottawa.
Tell me about when you saw the then Princess Elizabeth. What was that experience like?
I was so excited. I was 6 years old and I was sick to my stomach. They thought I wouldn't be able to go because I was overstimulated, I guess. But I did see her on the back of the train with Prince Philip, yeah, when she was still princess. And I've always admired the Queen, yes.
And what about the message of sovereignty that is part of this visit? How does that resonate with you amid some of the threats from the U.S. President?
I feel it's very important that we maintain our sovereignty. It's a part of our heritage. Like, I grew up with royalty, with the scrapbooks and the books that my grandmother and my great aunt showed me. It's just been in my blood, and I think it's very important that we keep our ties. Yeah, we stay strong and united.
And if you could give a message to the King today, what would your message be?
That's a good question. Get your hair cut.
Anything about Canada's role in the Commonwealth?
Keep us, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking with you all the way from Nova Scotia. Elaine Huntington. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, Kate McKenna, we are just seeing the arrival of the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, along with his wife, Diana Fox Carney. Remember, this was the Prime Minister's idea that this happened, and the King is here at his request. And he will be standing there waiting for the King and Queen to make their way down Wellington. That is the Chateau right there, the Chateau Fairmont and Chateau Laurier, and we are sort of across from that near the Senate. That was, of course, the national anthem with the Prime Minister there being greeted formally. I don't want to put thoughts into his head, but I feel like you could see the weight of his job there for a moment, where he realized, as David pointed out, 80 days later, what he's got himself into, which is having to follow through on some big promises for the country at this moment as he makes his way inside the Senate. We are standing by. We're a little bit delayed here in terms of the beginning of the parade, where the royals are going to arrive shortly at the Senate there. They will do similar things to what you just saw from the Prime Minister, an inspection of the guard. And and a greeting, of course, by various VIPs and dignitaries, including, of course, the Prime Minister. Former Prime Ministers also expected here today on the floor of the Senate, as well as Supreme Court justices, former speakers, former Governor Generals. There are a number of sketch artists, sort of in an unusual move, who have also been hired to, 4 of them, I believe, who are at different positions along this route, who have been asked to sketch today instead of doing photographs. Carolyn, I don't know if that's it's certainly unusual for here.
Well, for King Charles III, this is very important to him, as he's an accomplished amateur artist. He does watercolors, and he stated that if he were not king, he'd want to devote himself to studying the royal collection of art. So on many of his Commonwealth tours, he has brought artists with him to ensure that there is this artistic record of Commonwealth tours, and sometimes he takes the time to make sketches himself. Now, on a tour like this, where he's here for such a short period of time, we're probably not going to see the king having time to paint and draw, but the artists here for the tour are going to be able to capture these unique images of this event.
If he has time to paint and draw, we're not keeping him busy enough as King of Canada, I would say. So,
speech should be long.
Yeah, glad we've got others on hand. There you can see some of the people lining the streets of Wellington in front of, that is the East Block, where there are a number of offices are, and then the Center Block, which of course is under renovation for the next while. Lots of people singing the anthem. You can see here the RCMP arriving. That is probably the Governor General, if I'm not mistaken. When the King arrives in the Senate, the flag of Canada will come down on Center Block, even though Center Block is not being used right now, and the flag for the King will go up. I mean, if you are wanting to show how Canada is different and how it is part of our culture and identity is different, David, that's a pretty good shot right there. That gives you a sense of things.
Yeah, it is. You always know it's a day of ceremony when you see the Mounties on horseback in the red.
Yeah.
You know, and it is such an important symbol, and and one that is also going through some reconsideration and reimagining. You know, it's an interesting moment in time, Rosie, with the throne speech and with the King being here, and like he is the King of Canada.
I'm gonna go down to Kate just as you're talking, because she's right beside those the RCMP and the horses there, Kate.
Well, we're just waiting for the horses. I can see some of the horses. One of the big parts of this parade, they're just probably about 15 seconds away. And of course, they are leading the King and the Queen on their way to the Senate. We can hear some cheering behind us. Oh yeah, a lot of excitement for these Mounties on the horses. I can see that they've got Canadian flags. We should be seeing them here now in probably about 10 seconds. The crowd is really enjoying them.
Yeah.
Lots of people taking photos.
We can see them here. Yeah, don't worry. We've got cameras everywhere. There's a million cameras. And of course, they're in this state landau with the Governor General and her husband, David. Yeah.
Because there's a Newfoundland connection to everything.
Yeah.
The driver of the landau, the driver of the carriage carrying the King and Queen and the Governor General and Whit Fraser to the Senate is Sergeant Jeremy Dawson, who's a third-generation Mountie from St. George's, which is a town on the west coast of the island of Newfoundland, the beautiful province of Newfoundland and Labrador. This is a town southwest of Stephenville. About 1,100 people live there. It's tiny. It's one of the small, rural towns in my home province. So the confluence of events that, took a third-generation police officer from a community of 1,100 people to be driving the King to the speech from the throne, that's an interesting backstory.
Yeah,
I'd like to know how that happened.
Well, and if today is about symbolism, those kinds of things are chosen for a reason. So the state landau here there are 28 horses here is what I'm trying to say. 28 RCMP horses, 14 before and 14 after. And the King and the Queen in that state landau as they make their way just a few blocks from where we are here in front of Center Block, past the Prime Minister's building and down to the Senate. We haven't seen many shots of them yet. It's mostly about the horses and the RCMP, but we will shortly. Of course, this is the moment that people on the streets have been waiting for, to try and get a chance to wave at them and say hello. Unclear whether the King and Queen will do a little walkabout, perhaps after the throne speech, when they make their way over to the War Memorial later to lay a wreath. Adrian, I think you're down there now too, are you?
I am. I found some friends who are exactly the same height as me. And so we all got a good view together of the landau going by. And I want to introduce you to these kids in particular. These guys are the future, because you have been studying, Rosie, you'll love this, the rules and procedures for the House of Commons. All of them, right?
Not all of them, but I've started reading it.
Okay, well, that's better than most. What did you want? What did you think of that moment?
The king passing by?
Yeah.
It's pretty, like, once in a lifetime opportunity and how he was, like, all the horses and all the people, it was just amazing.
And if you had a moment to talk to him, what would you have said?
I'd probably thank him for all he's done for Canada and other countries, and ask him, like, what the hardest part of his job is. That's a pretty generic answer, but I'm just curious. What?
Fair enough to be curious. Was that good? Did you guys like that? Was that worth it?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. I happen to agree. And also, we've been talking about democracies here. We've been talking about how you can have someone with a bullhorn saying "God save the Queen" over there, and protesters over there. It's Canada, right?
Yeah. That's right.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Adrian. Now the state landau is just arriving now where we are, and you can see the King and Queen there. The King wearing his Order of Canada medal, as long as a number of other medals. I would imagine that they are all symbols of Canada, or pointing to Canada. Yeah, and the Governor General and her husband Whit Fraser also accompanying, obviously, His Majesty. Of course, the Governor General usually reads the throne speech, and when Mary Simon did it for the first time, she did speak in Inuktitut, her mother tongue, for the first time. She's not so good in French. I would imagine that King Charles will not have as many problems in French as the Governor General did. Certainly his mother delivered part of her speech in French as well, so it'll be interesting to see what parts are said in French, given that some of the tension around the monarchy does exist in Quebec, which is primarily, obviously, French-speaking. And there you can see, that is, Carolyn, the flag for the King, now on the top of Center Block. Just an extraordinary moment to see King Charles here for the first time delivering the throne speech for only the third time in Canada's history. All right, that was His Majesty's inspection of the guard. There was a 21-gun salute that surprised David Cochrane here on the set. It was happening
I was
just
not ready.
So those are his royal duties before he enters the Senate, where he's about to get down to business, which is what he's here for, of course. Oh, he's going to do some more chatting with the Canadian Armed Forces here. Of course, he is the Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces. Right, Carolyn?
Yes, and Prince Philip was the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Canadian Regiment, and on his last visit to Canada, presented new colors to the 3rd Battalion in 2013.
And he's been stopping to chat with a few people and seems to be having a good time. As Adrian was talking about earlier, it genuinely is interested in hearing from people.
Yes.
Yeah.
The discipline required there, Rosie. It's a hot day here in Ottawa.
It is a hot day. Yeah.
And I don't have any ground cover on my head, but look at that. You can imagine now when you're dressed like this on a hot day and you're going to be facing the king and meeting the king, a tremendous honor. But the discipline required, to wear the sort of garb to hold the instruments at such precise attention for such a long period of time. It's a special moment, but it takes a little bit of work on a day like this to keep it together.
The last one we did was 2021.
Some real genuine excitement there from the crowd, too, from the people that have made time to come out today. And you can hear them chanting, "God save the King."
You've heard these spontaneous, refrains from Canada and different things. Certainly at Rideau Hall yesterday, there was a moment where people sang right around the time of the tree planting. So you're always curious, in a more, in the year 2025, how excited people get, for traditions like this. But
people that like the monarchy, they love it. And people that don't, they just don't. So today will be a different experience for different people. But it is part of our history and tradition. And if that's what we are trying to do today, is to feature how the Canadian identity is different, this certainly feeds into that. Okay, after God Save the Queen, the King there is greeted by the usher of the Black Rod, Greg Peters. He is the other critical part of this day, as he is the person that has to make his way to the House of Commons, knock on that door 3 times, and ask the MPs or the commoners to make their way down the street here for the throne speech.
And Rosie, there's a lot of these little idiosyncrasies, right, that we're seeing the last couple of days with a new session of Parliament, right, with the Speaker being chosen yesterday, being, mockingly dragged to the Speaker's chair, because it goes back, to a different time when, the Speaker had to deliver difficult news to the king, and it sometimes didn't end well. I think Henry VIII executed 3 former speakers, at different times. I don't think Francis Scarpaleggia is under any threat from King Charles here, but it's these little moments and traditions that they may be a little bit apocryphal, but they endure. Even now, 600 years later, long after the Magna Carta and all of these things. It's like why this is happening in the Senate, right? Because the Commons is reserved for the commoners and not for the monarchy or even the representative of the sovereign.
Yeah, this is part of the greeting party here, both the Chief of the Defense Staff, the Commissioner of the RCMP. Carolyn, I don't know if you wanted to jump in there on the history of keeping those pieces, those chambers, separate.
Oh yes, that dates from King Charles I trying to arrest 5 members of the House of Commons in 1642 as they were trying to constrain his power. He'd had to submit to the Petition of Right in 1628, and after that attempt to arrest the 5 members who'd already been tipped off and had fled, the English Civil Wars broke out, and although the monarchy would be restored in 1660, the king could not enter the House of Commons. So it's a holdover from times when tensions between the king and Parliament exploded into open war.
And an important thing to remember now as well, that there is a difference between the people who have been duly elected versus the people who are appointed in the Senate, and of course the representatives of the monarchy. Let's just listen in here as the king and queen are greeted.
Enjoy your visit. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for coming.
Those are the Ottawa River Singers greeting the King and Queen there inside the Senate. Obviously, the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in this country, very important as well. They're going to now make their way sort of into an antechamber here before heading down to the chamber itself, to the Senate chamber, which is downstairs. That is inside. Oh no, that is in the hallways there. There's sort of a foyer with a mezzanine. I would imagine those are mostly Senate staff, and other people trying to get a glimpse of the king before he gets inside the Red Chamber. That building has been incredibly refurbished. The former train station here in Ottawa, now the Senate, as the Senate undergoes its significant renovation.
It's added an interesting dimension to days like this too, Rosie,
Yeah.
because in the old center block underneath the Peace Tower, the Senate and the House of Commons are just down the hall from each other. Now they're down the street, and so it requires an outdoor component to the event, right?
Well, often they get on buses now, the MPs, to come down because it's a bit of a jaunt down the hill.
Yeah, it's faster and more reliable than the LRT in this town, that's for sure. Even the Landau is probably a safer way of public commute, like Royal Uber, to get to the speech from the throne. But it creates this dimension as we're going to see the Usher of the Black Rod leave and go to the House of Commons and invite them to come down and stand outside the Senate, to listen to the king speak. But it's interesting to know how the renovation of the center block, just how much has changed this day from the first throne speech I covered here many years ago.
It's a little longer than it normally is because of those logistics. But this is the fourth time that the throne speech has been read inside this building, the temporary home. Though of course it'll be the first time that a monarch reads a speech inside this building. There'll be a special throne for him as well that we can talk about more when we see it. But those are just some lucky people that happen to work inside the Senate building that are gathered there for this historic moment. Ashley Burke, also a lucky person inside the Senate, not the chamber, but in the main hall there at the Senate, standing by and waiting. Ashley?
Rosie, at any moment, we're expecting the king to walk by with his procession and head inside to the chamber. I just took a peek inside not long ago. It is packed with dignitaries. Former Governors General Adrian Clarkson, Michael Jean, the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre were told inside. And we're also told to expect former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for his first big public event that he's attending since leaving office. And this is really a chance for the government to have the king say their words when he's reading the speech from the throne, read out their priorities, their vision for the country. As well, the king is expected to do a short introduction himself to start the speech, but he has to be politically neutral. So, we probably won't hear any overt comments in that section about Canada's sovereignty, but the royals are masters at the art of sending more subtle and significant messages in other ways, from what they're wearing to the very act of being here, a sovereign being in Canada on Canadian soil, reading this message from the throne. That in itself is a powerful act. Rosie.
Yeah, you're quite right. They are masters at doing that, Ashley. We'll come back to you as soon as we think that the king might pass by. You're not supposed to yell at the king and try and get a question. I have done it before. You won't actually get arrested. You're not supposed to, but you might try anyway. Thank you so much for that, Ashley Burke. I didn't do it to the king, to be fair. I did it to Prince William and the Queen. But I'm still here to tell the tale. There are a couple of symbols that the Queen is wearing, and we'll just go over some of those. The Canadian Riffles brooch, I guess, Carolyn. I don't know if that means something to you. She's also wearing various other things, but I think that's the most significant piece that she's wearing there.
Yes, she has 5 different Canadian brooches, some of which are very historic from earlier tours, such as the 1939 Maple Leaf brooch that we saw her wearing yesterday, and some are more recent presents to Queen Elizabeth II. And so there were widespread predictions that we would be seeing more than one Canadian brooch on this tour, and so royal jewelry fans have been keeping a close eye on the different brooches.
Okay, so that's something to keep an eye out for when we see the Queen and King again emerge. We are running a little bit behind in terms of where we should be at this time. And they are just gathered right now in an antechamber, I guess, preparing for what is next, which is, of course, they will make their way into the Senate chamber, at which time the Usher of the Black Rod, Craig Peters, will, as David said, have to walk up the street or scoot up the street in a car and call on the House of Commons and the commoners, or the MPs, duly elected, to make their way to the Senate. Not all of them will come, obviously. There's a lot of them and there's no space for them. But those who want to try and get a glimpse and stand behind the bar in the Senate, because they're not technically allowed on the floor of the Senate, will come down and be part of that ceremony. For instance, I don't think we'd see any Bloc Québécois MPs flocking to get down here. given how critical they've been of this moment and the monarchy in general.
Can I tell you my favorite royal visit story is from 1997 when Queen Elizabeth came to Newfoundland and Labrador for the Cadet 500, when the replica of the Matthew sailed over to Newfoundland, to Bonavista, to recreate, the journey of John Cabot, and Queen Elizabeth, in one of the, the visiting, institutions in the community, went to the Purity Factories building in the center of St. John's, and it's a well-known local business that makes jam cookies, hardtack, and things like this. And so it's a food manufacturing area. And the Queen was walking through and talking with the workers there, and she went up to one of the workers and said, "And what are you making?" And the reply was $12.50 an hour. Thinking the Queen was asking about wages. And, it's sort of one that is circulated in legend. It's seen as apocryphal, but the CBC actually dug into it a few years ago and confirmed it. But, I remember that was my very first summer working at the CBC 28 years ago now. And that was the one and going back to the impropriety of shouting a question at the monarch, Brian Tobin, who was the premier at the time when the Queen was walking up some steps in Bonavista, he reached out to put his hand on her back and steadied her and made contact with the Queen. And boy, did we get a lesson for how the British press responded to moments like that in St. John's.
Not allowed to touch, Carolyn, is fair to say, unless they initiate the handshake.
Well, there's been a few instances in the past where we've seen, for instance, Governor General David Johnson helping the Queen at Canada House. So sometimes there have been the more informal moments.
That's funny. We will see as well in this moment, you saw there the Ottawa River Singers. There'll be other elements of Canada's Indigenous peoples of this country throughout this ceremony, which also speaks, of course, to our history, to our heritage, to how this country began. There'll be a moment to highlight the Inuit people, and that has happened and started largely because of the Governor-General Mary Simon. So you'll see a quilig, which has been there for a number of throne speeches now. A traditional Inuit lamp will be lit at one point, and we'll also see some fiddle playing by a young Métis woman who will be there as well. So all sort of ways to highlight Métis, Inuit, and First Nations peoples of this country, which is something the Prime Minister has also done since he became Prime Minister, turning to the three sort of foundational peoples of this country as a way to highlight the differences. So the French, the British, and of course, Indigenous. This is just inside the foyer of the Senate, as you can tell that it was a former train station. This is not the chamber itself. The chamber itself is down the stairs and is actually quite small. It's quite tight. There won't be a lot of room in there for people. There'll be some room in the galleries and then some room on the floor, but it'll be tight quarters when this throne speech gets started. David.
Yeah, I believe there's already some MPs that went down there, is what I'm being told. They're not waiting for the Black Rod to issue the formal invitation. They made their way down.
Oh, they did. All right. Okay.
Some have.
Okay.
I'm being told by people who were there that they spotted some MPs, and you're seeing some people posting various pictures and different things. But some have made their way down. I don't know if that is a violation of protocol or not. But maybe they're speaking in the name of efficiency over tradition with their actions here. But I don't know, Rosie, with today. I mean, the Landau obviously took the King down. I don't know if the MPs will take a shuttle bus down, if they will actually walk, because it is a bright sunny day. Knowing the current Prime Minister and his desire to keep everything on schedule, I would hope he would hope there are some motorized options available to the various members of Parliament, because you can see there in that shot of the House, it's not very full at this point in time. No. So it's kind of like a symbolic party, I guess, of MPs ready to be there for the invitation, from Greg Peters, who is the usher of the Black Rod, to make their way down to the old railway building across from the Chateau Laurier, for the temporary House of the Senate is right now.
And that is on the left of your screen, as David said, the House of Commons up on the West Block, so up sort of past where the Landau has already been and gone now, and that is where, as David said, the usher will make his way shortly in order to get things underway. The throne speech itself expected to be about 20, 25 minutes, depending on how quickly, I guess, the king chooses to read it. And Carolyn, this is obviously, so as we've been talking about, crafted by the Prime Minister's office, by the government. It is the government speech, with the exception of a portion at the beginning. How much input would the palace have in terms of what is in it and what isn't in it?
Well, the palace would be aware of the speech, but as you say, it's written by the Canadian government. It's not the king's personal thoughts. He is reading the throne speech that's been crafted for him by the Canadian government. But there will be some greetings towards the beginning where we will see a few personal sentiments there before he reads the official speech. So certainly it's something that will have been carefully reviewed by King Charles's office. And we know that when Queen Elizabeth II delivered a throne speech in Australia back in 1974, there were a few tweaks in the wording simply about how the Crown advises the Prime Minister at the federal and the state levels in Australia, where there were a few tweaks from the Queen's office. But generally what we are seeing is a speech that is crafted by the Canadian government, where King Charles can add some personal warmth towards the beginning, but it is the policy of the government.
But the main speech that you're talking about, written by the government, I imagine the palace would make sure that there was nothing that was going to create problems for them diplomatically.
Yes, the king, as a constitutional monarch, must remain above party politics, so he would have to avoid saying anything that had particular slogans associated with a particular party, as the purpose of his role is to be nonpartisan and to personify the state.
Difference between being nonpartisan, David, though, and being pro-Canadian.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering
Yeah.
about, right? Sovereignty, independence, Canada as its own nation. That is not a partisan issue,
No.
Except for maybe members of the Bloc Québécois. But, speaking for Canada as a sovereign nation, I don't know if Carolyn has any insight on this, but I'm curious, where the palace would be on that. Like going back to the idea that, the king has to act on the advice of the Prime Minister, and yes, he is here as the King of Canada, and he is the head of state, and he is the sovereign of this country, but it's the same situation in the United Kingdom, and he has multiple Prime Ministers speaking to him, right? So I just wonder how they balance that. Carolyn, if you have a sense of what the playbook is for that, because it seems like so many of the traditions, norms, and institutions we have, they didn't account for a situation like a president like Donald Trump, but this is the world we're in the speech and the time he's delivering the speech.
Yes, it's one of the challenges, the king having so many prime ministers, and perhaps one of the most visible examples of that was when the royal succession was made gender neutral back in 2011 with the Perth Agreement, which came into force in 2015. The prime ministers all had to agree.
Okay, and here is all the dignitaries and a spontaneous God Save the King, I think. Or perhaps not, but I don't know where it's coming from, so I think it's spontaneous. Ashley, you're down there. I don't know if they're just going by you right now.
Hi, Rosie. Sorry, we weren't allowed to talk until they passed by. We were given strict orders about that. But you just saw the King and the Queen, along with a procession that included the Prime Minister, the Chief of the Defense Staff, all head inside to a room, the Senate, that's going to be packed full of dignitaries. There are several former Prime Ministers, we're told, that are inside, several former Governor Generals, as well as a series of premiers, all here to witness this historic moment. There's a new king, a new government. This is a chance for the Prime Minister to try and assert Canada's sovereignty and send a message not only to the U.S. but to the world that this is a sovereign country. And so we're going to be watching closely to see if any of those references are in this speech.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. Let's just listen in now to what's happening inside the Red Chamber here.
Pray be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Usher of the Black Rod, you will proceed to the House of Commons and acquaint that House that it is the pleasure of His Majesty the King that they attend him immediately in the Senate chamber. Huissier du bâton noir, rendez-vous à la Chambre des communes et informez-la que c'est le plaisir de Sa Majesté le Roi que les communes se rendent immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
Okay, and that is the moment where things get started here, where the Usher of the Black Rod is requested to go and request that the members of Parliament, the commoners, make their way here to the Red Chamber. And there you see the King and Queen on those thrones. We're going to hear soon from that young woman, a Métis fiddler. And we'll talk about the throne in just a moment, because it is a brand new throne that King Charles is sitting on. But I don't want to get in the way of this music. Morgan Grace is an 18-year-old fiddle player from my home province of Manitoba. And look there, she's standing in front of a bunch of former prime ministers. We'll talk more about that. Okay, that was Morgan Grace, 18-year-old from Métis woman from Manitoba. She's been playing the fiddle since the age of 4. Standing in front of former Prime Ministers Justin Trudeau, Stephen Harper sitting together, Kim Campbell, and others. And the King now is going to make the rounds a little bit. Mila Mulrooney also there in the front row on behalf of her husband, the late Prime Minister. And this is the part I was telling you about here, the Quillig that will be lit now by an Inuit elder.
No pressure from Morgan Grace, though.
No, yeah.
To play
yeah.
the fiddle
yeah.
in the Senate in front of the King, and most of the just old enough to vote this year, in front of all those prime ministers, the Supreme Court judges you see there right now shaking hands with the King. I mean, that's quite the audience at such a tender age to do so well.
Now the King just meeting, as David said there, with the Supreme, that is the Chief Justice, Richard Wagner, and the others. They always get invited to the throne speech and take that spot there in the middle of the chamber. I'm sure he'll make his way over to greet the former prime ministers as well. While this is happening, obviously, the Usher of the Black Rod is on his way to the West Block, the House of Commons, where it is situated now, as the Centre Block is undergoing renovations for many, many years. And there you go. There's some former Governor Generals, Adrienne Clarkson and her husband, John Ralston Saul. They were also at the swearing in of the new cabinet, so it's been a busy couple weeks for these people too. Michael Jean is there as well, former Governor General. David Johnston, another former Governor General there, with his wife Sharon.
You also saw there too, Rosie, on the other side, behind the prime ministers. Margaret Trudeau was there, Mila Mulrooney, as you mentioned, Kim Campbell.
Yep.
You also saw the former Speaker of the Senate, George Fury, and his wife Karen were there, and you saw Jeff Regan, former Speaker of the House of Commons, and his wife Kelly Regan, who I believe was Deputy Premier in Nova Scotia. I know she was in the cabinet in Nova Scotia. I worked with her on the Nova Scotia election special last fall. So you see people, who have held parliamentary office. George Fury, he aged out of the Senate, turning 75 and retired. And his son recently the former Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Fury, just retired not that long ago to go back to practicing medicine. And, and because I know them, you can see Senator David Wells and Senator Fabian Manning from Newfoundland and Labrador there as well in the receiving line to speak to the King as he shakes hands with dignitaries on this side of the Senate.
Now everyone's realizing they should probably stand up if the King's standing in front of them. That's probably a good idea.
With someone wearing that many medals comes by, you get on your feet.
You generally
you don't
stand
stay
up.
Sitting if you can avoid it.
Now they're trying to corral him to make sure that he doesn't shake the hands of every single person on the chamber floor, as much as they might all like that. You can see the Queen, she is on the other side doing some of that handshaking as well. And on the left of your screen, that of course is West Block, where we are waiting for the usher to arrive shortly and give that knock on the door. But we should tell you that in the balcony there of the main foyer of the Senate, there were actually lots of MPs eventually when we saw them up close. So a lot of those MPs are already here, to your point, David, and will just make their way down.
Yeah, I saw Rob Oliphant, Randeep Sarai, I believe.
Conservative and Melissa Lanceman, there were a number of people there. So those people will just, maybe we won't have to wait for them to get here, I guess, in terms of trying to save time between when the usher is there and when things actually get started.
Well, I think for the sake of ceremony, we still have to wait for the official party that's there to get down, right? I think that is... That
and the usher has to come back, but cuts down a little bit of the time if the MPs are already there. These are various members of the Senate here that His Majesty is greeting. Be interesting to see if he makes his way to the other side where the former prime ministers are. That is where the Queen is, Queen Camilla. Talking to people on the other side. There's nothing like an event like this that I love, because you get to see former prime ministers in these, strange situations where Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau are suddenly sitting together.
Yeah, Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau are sitting together. Pierre Poilievre, we're told, is there. Also there. It's remarkable to think here we are on the 27th of May, and Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau are not members of Parliament. Justin Trudeau is not the Prime Minister. He is in retirement. He is sitting next to the person he beat in 2015 for that job as Prime Minister. And it shows the transition as it looks like the usher has arrived at the House of Commons.
Here's Greg Peters, the usher of the Black Rod, arriving now. We're going to go to that moment inside the House of Commons, or outside the doors of the House of Commons.
A message from His Majesty, the King of Canada. Le message de Sa Majesté, le Roi du Canada.
Okay, on the right of your screen there, you can see the King speaking with Neil Mulrooney, and beside her is Margaret Trudeau, who's accompanying her son, the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who knows, of course, the King well. Oh, there you see, big embrace from Margaret Trudeau. And on the left of your screen, the traditional part of the ceremony, where the usher of the Black Rod is being allowed into the House of Commons, on the floor of the House of Commons, as the messenger of the sovereign here, to deliver the message that he has been asked to deliver, that the MPs come to the Red Chamber for the throne speech, as the King on the right of your screen speaks with former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Majesty, the King of Canada, that this honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Sa Majesté, le Roi du Canada, que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui dans la Chambre du Sénat.
Okay, and that is the message delivered now by the usher of the Black Rod, who will make his way now back to the Red Chamber, where you can see the King is busy meeting and greeting various former politicians, the Premier of New Brunswick there in the red, the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, who was speaking with David just last night.
I think that's Anthony Rota behind Wab Kinew. If I'm not mistaken there, is that him peeking over? I can't quite tell.
Yeah,
it looks like
I think
the former
it is.
Speaker of the House of Commons.
Yeah.
And you see Ranj Pillay, the Premier of Yukon, for
up on
another little while.
On the fallback.
A couple more weeks yet before the new leader is chosen there, as he has announced that he will not be seeking re-election and will be leaving public life to go into. He's even talked about working with the Canadian Armed Forces in some capacity after he leaves the First Minister's table, Rosemary.
There's some Lieutenant Governors, Anita Neville, I happen to know, Lieutenant General of Manitoba, and others. I don't know if you recognize any of those people there, Carolyn?
Well, it's interesting that we're seeing such an extensive walkabout in the chamber by King Charles III and Queen Camilla, and a few people seem to be admiring Queen Camilla's brooch from the Queen's Own Rifles, where she is Colonel-in-Chief. And now we see King Charles greeting Supreme Court justices, and of course there's former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Margaret Trudeau and Stephen Harper.
Yeah, we saw Mike Savage as well, the recently appointed Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia. He was the mayor of Halifax, worked with the Canadian Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
I mean, this is the first public sighting of Justin Trudeau since he was out during the election campaign once, but this is really his first public event since leaving the job as Prime Minister, and just seeing him there making small talk with Stephen Harper is pretty remarkable for people that enjoy politics like us, David. And of course, Margaret Trudeau would have met the King many times before as Prince with her former husband, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who was here in 1977, of course, when the Queen delivered the throne speech then.
It is interesting how Justin Trudeau went from being so public-facing and ever-present in Canadian politics, certainly throughout COVID and, in the events leading up to his the announcement of his resignation on the 6th of January, and then I guess his formal resignation about around March 9th, when Mark Carney won the leadership. It was shortly around then that he left as leader and Prime Minister, and then really just vanished from the public eye, and you could argue that was doing the new Prime Minister kind of a solid during the election campaign of removing some of whatever pent-up tension and resentment had been there. There's also just a transition back to normal private life. Like when you're born, the son of a Prime Minister, and raised the way he's raised, I don't know if you ever truly have a normal private life, because his experience in some ways is not dissimilar to a royal, right? And that you are born into the public eye and grow up in the public eye and continue in the public eye in a way that Stephen Harper or Kim Campbell can drift away.
Michael Jean is dragging the King across the chamber floor by his hand to introduce him to someone. It's the head of the AFN.
Cindy Woodhouse,
the
national chief
perhaps
there.
being worth dragged over for, but we'll see how that goes over, given what you've all said about
if you were the sovereign's representative, do you get one touch per visit? Is that how it works? You can drag them along? I don't know.
Well, we can see there's a warm family atmosphere here, as is often the case at Commonwealth Heads of Government meetings as well, that a certain informality prevails when the monarch is in the Commonwealth realms.
Yeah. And the Prime Minister also there mingling on the floor with the Supreme Court justices, not something that you see every day either, given how our powers are divided in this country. We are at this stage waiting for the usher of the Black Rod to come back. Ashley Burke is inside the Senate, where MPs are also waiting, Ashley, to try and get a good spot there at the bar, at the door of the Red Chamber, to see what they can see and hear.
Exactly, Rosie. There are dozens of MPs that are lined up behind me of all political stripes down the hallway here, and they're going to be greeted by the new Speaker of the House of Commons, who's going to walk down this red carpet soon and up to the Senate doors there. And I was just speaking to the Finance Minister, Francois-Philippe Champagne. He described this as a great day. He said that all eyes are on Canada right now, and that this sends a strong message to the world today. Unfortunately, we can't talk to any of the MPs right now until that procession happens. They're told to stay behind the red carpet, but certainly the atmosphere here today is really positive. They're really looking forward to hearing the speech from the throne, and we're expecting some of them to speak to us afterwards about what this symbolizes and what this says, including to the U.S.
For that, there's about 50. Well, we're told there will be about 50 MPs who will be there and trying to get a good spot at the door of the chamber, because again, they can't actually enter it ever actually. That's sort of how we divide things up. These are the new thrones I was talking about. Carolyn, I don't know if you know about them. I do if you don't, but they were built for this new temporary building.
Yes, and Queen Elizabeth II herself chose the trees from the Windsor Great Park that would be used to make these particular thrones. And they are made for this building as these much older thrones that were designed for Queen Victoria's son-in-law, Lord Lorne, when he became Governor General in 1878 and traveled to Canada with Queen Victoria's daughter, Princess Louise. Those much older thrones were in need of refurbishment, along with the Senate chamber more widely. So these are the new thrones that are in place for this ceremony.
They include the cipher of Queen Elizabeth II, who, as you said, chose them, reigned while the throne was carved, and they will stay there to represent the era that the thrones were created. And of course, only the King, the Governor General, and the Queen may sit on these thrones when the Senate is in session. Extraordinary moment here. Wouldn't you like to hear what this conversation is between the Prime Minister, who has decided to go up to the King and Queen and speak to them personally. He had a short audience with the King yesterday. Of course, we don't know the details of what was said, but now here they are again, talking a little bit more about who knows what. The Prime Minister knows King Charles, has met him in various roles and capacities in the past, whether the Governor of the Bank of England or other. Interestingly, his brother, Sean Carney, is the Chief Operating Officer for Kensington Palace, essentially runs that palace. So he's got all sorts of interesting connections to the royal family.
It's interesting, though, Rosie, to go back to what the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, said to Ashley, because we'll soon, presumably, start to hear the actual contents of the speech. But when the Finance Minister says, you know, the eyes of the world are on Canada, or the world is watching Canada, I'm curious to see how overt the message is going to be. Whether it is just this event, having the King here, having him, you know, read the speech that outlines the government's priorities and its agenda, is enough in terms of, you know, an expression of sovereignty in defiance of what we've heard from Donald Trump going back to last fall, or whether it's going to be more overt. Because quite often, what you've had to do with the royals for the past couple of months is sort of decode these messages. It's you know, this particular medal was worn, this particular, you know, item was chosen to display, and it's sort of diplomacy at a frequency that kind of only dogs can hear, you know. And I think with a president like Donald Trump and with a political culture like the United States in 2025, subtlety doesn't do it. You know, it needs to be sort of a more blunt thing. And I know there's a tremendous frustration when Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, was in the Oval Office and kind of didn't give the sort of full-throated defense of Canada I think people were counting on. Got cut off by Donald Trump before he could go further. But also, you know, you could understand from a real politics sense why the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom would not want to put that bullseye on himself in terms of dealing with the United States. So I'm curious to see how far the King goes, how far he's able to go, willing to go, or perhaps allowed to go in a moment like this.
So that second state visit that Keir Starmer delivered upon request of the King was something that the Prime Minister said in an interview a week ago, 10 days ago to Sky News, that Canadians weren't all that impressed with. That
irritated was the phrase, I believe.
That he was getting a second state visit, which was, you know, perceived by some people as a way to, I don't even know what the word is, to appease or flatter the president in this tense moment, and the Prime Minister was quite frank in his assessment of that decision. Of course, if you were trying to one-up the president, this would do it. You bring the King and Queen to your country to deliver the speech of your political agenda. Not that that's what this is about. It is not. But from what we understand of the president's appreciation for the royal family, this moment will be noted. Whether it will be watched is a different thing, but it will be noted and remarked upon. And listen, the Prime Minister has now stood there for 5 minutes or so, chatting directly with the King, which is an extraordinary moment, and also not something you see very often. Usually this is quite a, you know, the Governor General sits down and we get about their business. That is not what's happening here. There seems to be some real friendliness between them. On the left of your screen, you can see the MPs now making their way into the Senate. Of course, led by the usher of the Black Rod. So that means we are not too far from things getting underway.
I do sense, though, Rosie, I think whether Donald Trump watches all of this, I don't know. But
he's streaming us from the White House.
Yeah, there's a throne speech watch party at Mar-a-Lago. But he will see some of this. Like when I was in the Oval Office, you know, for that visit, he did talk about watching the debate. You know, which is remarkable that the President of the United States would watch, you know, either the leaders' debate during the election or whether it was the leadership debate during the leadership process. But he did watch it. I don't know because he was intrigued by it or he wanted to get a sense of Mark Carney in advance of this. But, he does like the royal family, and you do have, the Prime Minister tactically, strategically associating Canada and himself with an institution and with a group of people that the President does admire and does appreciate, which can only help, right, in dealing with someone like Donald Trump. And, the second state visit, you can see why the United Kingdom would want to do that, considering, Trump is, transformational, to borrow a phrase from the Prime Minister. He had that interregnum, right, where he was president, he lost, and he's back. And in that time period, the United Kingdom fully exited the European Union. It has completely changed its economic partnerships with one of the most successful trading markets, of the last century. And they are desperately seeking new economic partners to expand and broaden their stability, and wanting to be, removed from the target list of the Donald Trump trade war. So you take whatever advantage you can in a moment like that, because it's real incomes and real jobs and real economic growth that is under threat in these moments. And that's certainly the challenge that was number one on the mandate letter that Mark Carney issued to his cabinet. And I suspect, Rosie, will be right at the very top of the items in this speech the King is about to deliver. Okay, and here is what we've been waiting for, the Usher of the Black Rod leading this procession of MPs and the mace from the House of Commons, should point out, down into or outside of the Red Chamber, where things will get underway, and the throne speech will start in just a few moments' time. And we will see just indeed how far the support the King lends to Canada goes, how it is articulated, and whether the government has anything new to say about its own agenda, its own legislative agenda in these coming months.
Order! Hello! Get that.
May it please your Majesty, the House of Commons has elected me their Speaker, though I am but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me. If in the performance of those duties I should at any time fall into error, I pray that the fault may be imputed to me and not to the House of Commons, whose servant I am, and who, through me, the better to enable them to discharge their duty to their King and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to your Majesty's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from your Majesty the most favorable construction. Qu'il plaise à votre Majesté.
May it please
La
your
Chambre des
Majesty.
communes m'a élu président.
The House of Commons has elected me their Speaker, though I am but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me. If, in the performance of those duties, I should at any time fall into error, I pray that the fault may be imputed to me and not to the Commons, whose servant I am, and who, through me, the better to enable them to discharge their duty to their King and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to your Majesty's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from your Majesty the most favorable construction.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by His Majesty the King to declare to you that he freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to His Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence. he grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to His Majesty upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from Him the most favorable construction. Monsieur le Président, Sa Majesté le Roi me charge de
I am
vous dire
commanded
qu'ayant
by
pleine confiance
His
dans le
Majesty King Charles III to declare to you that he freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to His Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence. He grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to His Majesty upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from Him the most favorable construction.
Honourable Senators, members of the House of Commons, it is with a deep sense of pride and pleasure that my wife and I join you here today as we witness Canadians coming together in a renewed sense of national pride, unity, and hope. I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. This land acknowledgement is a recognition of shared history as a nation, while continuing to deepen my own understanding. It is my great hope that in each of your communities and collectively as a country, a path is found toward truth and reconciliation in both word and deed. This is my 20th visit to Canada, spread over the course of more than half a century, and my first as sovereign. As I've said before, every time I come to Canada, a little more of Canada seeps into my bloodstream, and from there straight to my heart. I've always had the greatest admiration for Canada's unique identity, which is recognized across the world for bravery and sacrifice in defense of national values and for the diversity and kindness of Canadians. To the First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples, you have welcomed my family and myself to your traditional lands with great warmth and hospitality, for which I am humbly grateful. This year, we mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day and VJ Day. On Juno Beach, at Dieppe, on the Somme, at Beaumont-Hamel, at Ypres, and on Vimy Ridge. At those places and many others, forever etched into our memories, Canadians fought and died alongside our closest allies. Aujourd'hui, je vois des élus venant
Today,
d'un bout à l'autre
I
du
see
Canada.
elected members of Parliament from all across this country, from St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, Victoria in British Columbia,
et d'Arviat
and Arviat
au Nunavut.
in Nunavut.
Je vois des gardiens
I
des
see
droits
the
et
custodians
libertés
of the rights and
par la
freedoms
Charte canadienne.
guaranteed by the Canadian Charter.
En tant que roi, je
As
tiens
King,
à vous remercier
I wish to
de
thank
vous
you
mettre au service
for
de vos
serving your
compatriotes
fellow Canadians
comme vous
from all across this vast and beautiful country.
You speak for your communities, representing an incredible richness of cultures, languages, and perspectives. We owe it to this generation and those who succeed us to think and act for the greater good of all. While the world faces unprecedented challenges, generating uncertainties across the continents with regards to peace and stability, economics and climate change, your communities have the skills and determination to bring a wealth of solutions. En encourageant la collaboration,
by encouraging collaboration and holding respectful and constructive debates, you will enable this government to take bold and fair-minded actions for the well-being of all Canadians.
It has been nearly 70 years since the Sovereign first opened Parliament. In the time since, Canada has dramatically changed, repatriating its constitution, achieving full independence, and witnessing immense growth. Canada has embraced its British, French, and Indigenous roots and become a bold, ambitious, innovative country that is bilingual, truly multicultural, and committed to reconciliation. The Crown has for so long been a symbol of unity for Canada. It also represents stability and continuity from the past to the present. As it should, it stands proudly as a symbol of Canada today, in all her richness and dynamism. When my dear late mother, Queen Elizabeth II, opened a new Canadian Parliament in 1957, the Second World War remained a fresh, painful memory. The Cold War was intensifying. Freedom and democracy were under threat. Canada was emerging as a growing economic power and a force for peace in the world. In the decades since, history has been punctuated by epoch-making events: the Vietnam War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the start of the War on Terror. Today, Canada faces another critical moment. Democracy, pluralism, the rule of law, self-determination, and freedom are values which Canadians hold dear, and ones which the government is determined to protect. The system of open global trade that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for Canadians for decades, is changing. Canada's relationships with partners are also changing. Il nous faut confronter la réalité.
We must confront the reality that since the Second World War, our world has never been as dangerous and unstable. Canada is now facing challenges which are unprecedented in our lifetimes.
Many Canadians are feeling anxious and worried about the drastically changing world around them. Fundamental change is always unsettling. Yet this moment is also an incredible opportunity, an opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and to act bigger, an opportunity for Canada to embark on the largest transformation of its economy since the Second World War. A confident Canada, which has welcomed new Canadians, including from some of the most tragic global conflict zones, can seize this opportunity by recognizing that all Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away. and that by staying true to Canadian values, Canada can build new alliances and a new economy that serves all Canadians. The Prime Minister and the President of the United States, for example, have begun defining a new economic and security relationship between Canada and the United States, rooted in mutual respect and founded on common interests, to deliver transformational benefits for both sovereign nations. Simultanément, le gouvernement œuvre à
At the same
renforcer ses
time,
relations
the government
avec
is
les
working to
partenaires
strengthen its
commerciaux
relations
et des alliés
with
fiables,
reliable trading partners and
sachant
allies,
que le Canada possède
knowing
ce
that
dont
Canada
notre
has
monde
what
a
the world
besoin
needs
et
and
défend
defends
les
the
valeurs
values
que
that the
ce
world
monde respecte.
respects.
Le Canada est prêt à bâtir
Canada
une
is ready
coalition
to build
de
a
nations
coalition of
qui
nations
partagent ces valeurs,
that share
qui
these
croient
values,
en la coopération
nations that believe in international
et le
cooperation
libre-échange de
and
biens,
the free exchange
services
of goods,
et d'idées.
services, and ideas.
Dans ce monde nouveau,
In
qui
this new
évolue
world,
à un rythme frénétique,
which is evolving
le
at a
Canada
frantic
tracera
pace,
la voie à suivre.
Canada will chart the path forward.
La démonstration en sera faite dès juin,
That will be
quand
demonstrated
le Canada
as early as
présidera
June
le
when
sommet
Canada
du G7.
chairs the G7 summit.
The government is guided by its conviction that the economy is only truly strong when it serves everyone. Many Canadians are struggling to get ahead. The government is responding, reducing middle-class taxes and saving two-income families up to $840 a year. It will cut the GST on homes at or under $1 million for first-time home buyers, delivering savings of up to $50,000. And it will lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. Le gouvernement assurera la pérennité de programmes
The government will
qui
ensure
permettent déjà aux
the
familles
sustainability of
d'économiser
programs
des
that allow
milliers de
families
dollars
to
par
save
année.
thousands of dollars each
Notamment
year.
ceux pour les garderies
In
et
particular,
l'assurance médicaments.
the child care and pharmacare
À ces
programs.
progrès s'ajoute l'élargissement du
Additional
régime
progress
canadien
will include
de
the
soins
expansion
dentaires,
of the Canadian dental
qui
care
sera
program,
bientôt accessible
which will
à
soon be
environ
available
8 millions
to
de
approximately
Canadiens
8
et de
million
Canadiennes,
Canadians,
leur permettant d'économiser
thus
plus de
allowing them
$800
to save
par
an
année
average of more than
en moyenne.
$800 a year.
The government's overarching goal, its core mission, is to build the strongest economy in the G7. That starts with creating one Canadian economy out of 13. Internal barriers to trade and labour mobility cost Canada as much as $200 billion each year. The government will introduce legislation to remove all remaining federal barriers to internal trade and labour mobility by Canada Day. Les premiers ministres de plusieurs provinces et
The
territoires
premiers of several
ont déjà
provinces and
pris
territories
des mesures pour éliminer
have
les
already
obstacles
taken steps
au commerce
to
intérieur.
eliminate barriers to
Le
internal
gouvernement
trade.
va s'appuyer sur ces progrès
The
pour créer,
government
d'ici
will
la fête du Canada,
support that progress
un réel système
by
de
establishing
libre-échange
true
à
free
travers
trade
le pays.
across Canada
Il s'agit d'efforts essentiels
by Canada Day.
pour permettre au Canada
These are
de
critical
réaliser
actions
tout son
that will
potentiel
enable Canada
économique,
to realize its
mais
full
cela reste
economic
insuffisant.
potential. But it is not enough.
To build Canada strong, the government is working closely with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. projects that will connect Canada, that will deepen Canada's ties with the world, and that will create high-paying jobs for generations. Given the pace of change and the scale of opportunities, speed is of the essence. Through the creation of a new major federal project office, the time needed to approve a project will be reduced from 5 years to 2, all while upholding Canada's world-leading environmental standards and its constitutional obligations to Indigenous peoples. The government will also strike cooperation agreements with every interested province and territory within 6 months to realize its goal of one project, one review. When Canadians come together, Canada builds things that last.
Eliminating barriers that hold back the Canadian economy will make it possible to usher in a new era of growth, thanks to which Canada will not only overcome the challenge of trade wars, but emerge stronger than ever. That will allow it to become a superpower when it comes to green and conventional energy, to build an industrial strategy that will make Canada more competitive on the international stage, while at the same time fighting climate change, to build hundreds of thousands of good careers in the trades, and thus make Canada a science and innovation hub.
Critically, the government will undertake a series of measures to help double the rate of home building while creating an entirely new housing industry, using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. The government will introduce measures to deliver affordable homes by creating Build Canada homes. This mission-driven organization will act to accelerate the development of new affordable housing. It will invest in the growth of the prefabricated and modular housing industry, and it will provide significant financing to affordable home builders. The government will make the housing market work better, including by cutting municipal development charges in half for all multi-unit housing. The government will drive supply up to bring housing costs down. To be truly strong, Canada must be secure. To that end, the government will introduce legislation to enhance security at Canada's borders. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies will have new tools to stop the flow of fentanyl and its precursors. The Canada Border Services Agency will be given new powers to examine goods destined for export to prevent the transport of illegal and stolen products, including cars. Le gouvernement protégera la souveraineté du Canada.
The government will protect the sovereignty of Canada by rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. It will spur the expansion of the Canadian defense industry by taking part in the Rearm Europe plan, and will thus contribute alongside European partners to transatlantic security. And it will invest to strengthen and boost Canada's presence in the north, because this region, which is an integral part of the Canadian nation, is now facing new threats.
The government will discharge its duty to protect Canadians and their sovereign rights from whatever challenges may come at home or abroad. To keep communities safe, the government will hire 1,000 more RCM Peace personnel. It will change firearms licensing and strengthen enforcement of yellow and red flag laws. Weapons licenses for those convicted of intimate partner violence and those subject to protection orders will be revoked. Through the deployment of scanners, drones, and helicopters, additional personnel, and canine teams, the government will stem the tide of illegal guns and drugs across the border. It will take these steps while protecting the rights of law-abiding gun owners and Indigenous peoples' long-standing hunting traditions. The government will bring a renewed focus on car theft and home invasions by toughening the criminal code to make bail harder to get for repeat offenders charged with committing these crimes, along with human trafficking and drug smuggling. During this time of great change, Canadians are uniting behind what makes Canada unique. La langue française et la culture québécoise
The French language and Quebec culture are at the very center of Canadian identity. They define the country that all Canadians and myself hold so dear. Canada is a country that respects and celebrates its official languages and Indigenous languages.
The
government is resolute in its determination to protect those institutions that highlight and promote that identity around the world, such as CBC Radio Canada, to protect those who give us access to fresh, healthy, and high-quality food, our farm producers, and to protect supply management.
Nature is core to Canada's identity. In 2022, Canada convened COP15 in Montreal, which concluded with 196 countries striking a historic agreement to protect 30% of their lands and 30% of waters by 2030. To this end, the government will protect more of Canada's nature than ever before through the creation of new national parks, national urban parks, marine protected areas, and other conservation initiatives. The government will always protect the rights and freedoms that the Charter guarantees for every Canadian. The government will be a reliable partner to Indigenous peoples, upholding its fundamental commitment to advancing reconciliation. Central to this commitment is the creation of long-term wealth and prosperity with Indigenous peoples. For that reason, the government will double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion, enabling more Indigenous communities to become owners of major projects. As Canada moves forward with nation-building projects, the government will always be firmly guided by the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. Canada's immigration system has long been a source of pride for Canadians and of dynamism for the economy. The government is dedicated to rebuilding the trust of Canadians in immigration by restoring balance to the system. Le gouvernement instaurera une limite sur le
The
nombre
government
de
will
travailleurs
set a
étrangers
limit
temporaires
on the number of
d'étudiants
temporary foreign
internationaux,
workers and international
établissant
students,
un plafond qui,
establishing
à
a
partir
cap,
de 2027,
which, starting in
sera en
2027,
deçà de 5%
will be
de la
below
population
5%
canadienne.
of Canada's population.
Simultanément,
At the same time,
il attirera les
it
meilleurs
will
talents
attract the
dans le
best
monde
talent
pour
in the
bâtir
world
l'économie.
to build the economy.
Et il fera
And
savoir aux
it will
Canadiens
make it
et
known
aux
to
Canadiennes
Canadians working
qui
abroad
travaillent à l'étranger que s'ils
that
songent
if
à
they are
revenir
thinking
au pays,
of coming back home,
il n'y a pas de moment plus
there is
propice
no
pour le
better
faire.
time than now.
Dans toutes ses actions, le gouvernement
In all its
sera guidé
actions,
par une
the
nouvelle
government
discipline
will be
fiscale.
guided by a new fiscal
Dépenser
discipline,
moins pour que les
spending less
Canadiens puissent
so
investir
that
plus.
Canadians can invest more.
Day-to-day government spending, the government's operating budget, has been growing by 9% every year. The government will introduce measures to bring it below 2%. Transfers to provinces, territories, or individuals will be maintained. The government will balance its operating budget over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, and deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. In parallel, the government will take a series of measures to catalyze new investment, to create better jobs and higher incomes for Canadians. The scale of the government's initiative will match the challenges of our times and the ambitions of Canadians. Honourable Senators, members of the House of Commons, when my dear late mother addressed your predecessors 7 decades ago, she said that in that age and against the backdrop of international affairs, no nation could live unto itself. It is a source of great pride that in the following decades, Canada has continued to set an example to the world in her conduct and values as a force for good. À vous et à l'ensemble du peuple
To
canadien,
you and to all the people of Canada, my wife and I wish to extend our sincere thanks for this, the warmest of welcomes.
As the anthem reminds us, the true North is indeed strong and free. Members of the House of Commons, you will be asked to appropriate the funds to carry out the services and expenditures authorised by Parliament. May you honour the profound trust bestowed upon you by Canadians. And may God bless and guide you in all your duties.
All right, there you have it. A moment in Canada's history that, as the Prime Minister hoped, would match this moment. Just the third time a monarch has read a throne speech, the first time in this particular Red Chamber. A rousing standing ovation for the words written mostly by the government, but some by the King himself, or at least the King's office. And a Prime Minister who was clearly delighted to hear his government's agenda read by the King. The throne speech has now been delivered back to the Speaker of the House of Commons with the instructions from the King that they carry out their duties now to the Canadian people. That rousing applause you heard at the end there, around a particular line where the King read, as the anthem reminds us, the true north is indeed strong and free. And while those words would have been written by the Prime Minister's office, they were read by the King, and they would have been approved by the palace, and he would have felt comfortable saying them. It is not the only reference to Canada's sovereignty in this speech. And we'll go through that, as well as some of the policy objectives that the government set out there as things get wrapped up in the Red Chamber. From here, the King and Queen are going to take a moment before they make their way out to the National War Memorial to lay a wreath. So we'll have some time to talk about what just happened here and what it means. David, maybe I'll get you to weigh in. There was lots of references to Canada's sovereignty, but in some of the words that the King himself chose to say before the government's part of the speech began, he talked about a renewed sense of national pride and unity. He talked about how Canada remains an important part of him and admiration for Canada's unique identity.
Right, which is recognized across the world for bravery and sacrifice in defense of national values and for the diversity and kindness of Canadians. And then a paragraph reminding people of the shared sacrifice, marking the 80th anniversary of VE Day and VJ Day. The sacrifices at Juno Beach, at Dieppe, on the Somme, at Beaumont Hamel, which was where the Newfoundland Regiment fought under the Dominion of Newfoundland prior to Confederation with Canada, at Ypres, at Vimy Ridge. Canadians fought and died alongside our closest allies, which would include the United States, right? The First World War and the Second World War. One of the reminders, as President Trump talks quite frequently about the level of military spending, reminding him of the shed blood in shared causes.
King and Queen now exiting the Red Chamber. As I said, they're going to go into a small antechamber for a moment before they get back to the public part of what their day entails, which will be up here at the National War Memorial. There were overt references to President Trump and to the United States. There was, this is the part that the government wrote, that the Prime Minister's office wanted Canadians to hear today, that that the system of global trade is changing, that relationships with partners are changing. And then a section very directly, David, about building that new relationship between Canada and the United States and the world.
Yeah, it very much, that when the part that is clearly written by the government to talk about what the government intends to do and what it wants to do, it lays out the context and the challenge of this great disruptive period that Canada finds itself in. As one of the middle power champions of the multilateral world order, they're acutely vulnerable to that being disrupted the way it has been disrupted with the fraying of alliances and the trampling of norms. So it lays that out and then sort of makes the case for the Carney agenda, right? Sort of the aggressive industrial policy and the get projects moving that he wants to talk about, and the refocusing and reorienting of the priorities of federal spending, because everything the Prime Minister has laid out that he wants to do on developing the new industrial policy, on building up the military, on building housing at a scale that's historic, that is all enormously expensive. And in 5-6 days, he's going to be in Saskatoon with the premiers, and they are going to have a list of projects with enormous price tags. And, you can just see the cost piling up. So he does talk about the need to be more efficient in spending, to reduce costs, stop the growth of the public sector, growing by 9% a year, while also promising to protect transfers to the provinces, so nothing gets poisoned there in terms of the First Minister's table, and the programs protecting and sustainability of programs like dental care, childcare, and pharmacare. These are all the things that he's laying out there, while announcing there will be a reasonably aggressive focus on shrinking the size of government, protecting the things that truly touch the daily lives of ordinary Canadians, while trying to reorient the industrial policy of this country in a way that shields it from the disruption largely being driven by Donald Trump and of course, the West versus China when it comes to authoritarianism and trade.
Okay, and these are all MPs or cabinet ministers. Just as thrilled as anyone would be to get a chance to shake the King's hand and have a few words with him. There are about 50 or so that were allowed, not in the chamber, but close to the chamber, and allowed this opportunity to meet the King. Again, the speech, yes, a lot about policy, government policy, and things that the government was elected to fulfill, but a lot of it too about Canadian identity, talking about how Canadians are uniting behind what makes Canada unique, and pointing to, for instance, the French language and the French culture in this country, talking about the different ways that, and things that have founded this country that make it different from the United States. A speech that was meant, yes, to outline the broad strokes of the government policies that David talked about there, but meant to call attention to the real ways that Canada is different than the United States, and how it plans to continue to defend those values. Saying in the speech, again, this is the part written by the Prime Minister's office, that Canada faces another critical moment, and that Canada is determined to protect the rule of law, self-determination, and freedom as values. This is language meant for this moment, not necessarily things that would have had to have been said in previous throne speeches, but that the government and the Prime Minister feel need to be said now.
Yeah, he talks, it's in French, but the loose translation is, he talks about Canada building a coalition of nations that share values, that believe in international cooperation and the free exchange of trade and ideas, and suggesting that you will see this manifested at the gathering of G7 leaders in June in Kananaskis. Now, that will be an interesting test of these values, right? Because obviously not only will President Donald Trump be there, and I believe they're going to invite the leaders of Australia and New Zealand, the Five Eye partners, and their closest allies in the Pacific theater, but President Zelensky is going to be there.
Yep.
And, the Prime Minister has embarked on this deepening economic and security agenda with the European nations, in particular France and the United Kingdom, on one of his very first trip after being sworn in. There is a lot of friction and tension there, right, in the different priorities and defensive support for Ukraine, talking about that change and the disruption and the belief in international cooperation and respect for rules when you have, not that long ago, the G8 nation Russia invading Ukraine and committing difficult war crimes.
So a speech about just over 27 minutes, well done in French and English by the King. Carolyn, maybe I'll just get your impression of the parts that the King said himself, that he chose to say, and then the parts that the government wanted him to say and that he clearly felt comfortable saying, that were to reassert Canada's sovereignty and independence.
Well, there was a great deal of warmth in the opening, his deep pride and pleasure that he and his wife, Queen Camilla, were joining the Canadians here today. He discussed his very long history of visits to Canada over more than half a century. This is his first as sovereign. And he referenced a visit to Newfoundland in 2009. Every time I come to Canada, a little more of Canada seeps into my bloodstream, and from there straight to my heart. And this was the first visit to Canada with the future Queen Camilla It was the first time they visited Canada as a married couple. So there's a great deal of warmth there. We're also seeing a discussion of the crown and reconciliation. In 2022, when King Charles, the future King Charles, visited to celebrate Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee, he referenced that he was there to listen to Canadians, and he acknowledged the pain of residential school survivors. And so in the speech, he mentions continuing to deepen his own understanding. So it's building on his previous statements that he is there to listen to Canadians about their experiences.
Well, and on that point, Rosie, in the section that the palace wrote, the king wrote, there's a land acknowledgement.
There is, yep.
From the king.
Mm-hmm.
You know, treaties are with the crown, and it has been a long time, since 1977, since a sovereign read the speech from the throne to open a sitting of parliament.
Wouldn't have been done at that time.
Would not have been done at that time. I have not read that speech. I have seen the highlights of it, but I would bet good money there was not a land acknowledgement there. So just in noting the historic nature of the day, the fact that the king made a land acknowledgement that they're on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people is quite a thing to note, because it is not something we have ever seen or heard before by King Charles or any other King of Canada or Queen of Canada in the past.
And again, it speaks to part of what the government is trying to do throughout this, which is to acknowledge the founding nations and the people who were here before them in the Indigenous peoples. Ashley Burke is down there in the Senate foyer and has an MP with her. I don't know if that MP got to shake the King's hand or not, but Ashley, over to you.
I have a minister with me, the Minister of Families and Jobs, Patty Hajdu. She was in that line just standing right behind us when the King walked by. Describe the moment and the interaction that you had with the King.
Well, actually, I didn't have a chance to shake the King's hand, but it's such an honor to be here as the Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay Superior North. There are many of my constituents who are anxiously awaiting this day and looking forward to hearing the speech from the throne. It's always a reminder for Canada of our deep connection with the Crown, and what a special moment for all of us as Canadians.
When the King walked by, I did see he shook a few people's hands. He was speaking. Did you overhear anything he said to some of the members of Parliament? You were standing nearby.
Just the exchange with our finance minister, very brief, very pleasant. Obviously, he understands the role of ministers. It's a very similar system, as you know, in the UK, and I think he understands the gravitas that our country is approaching this new challenge with.
That was reflected in part or acknowledged in the start of the speech, which he wrote, the introduction before reading the government's message. What stood out to you in what he wrote himself?
Just the deep fondness that he has for Canada and the connection that he feels, not just to our culture, obviously our two official languages, but in particular, just having been the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, it was really important for him to recognize the formality of the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in Canada. And I found the honour song at the beginning of the procession into the Senate extremely moving.
What message do you think this sends to the U.S. today, and do you think it will work?
Well, I think it's important that Canadians rally around their country, and I think the message is really first and foremost for Canadians, that we are a sovereign nation, that we do stand up for each other, that even though we have differences, vast differences across the country, regional differences, language differences, in some cases deep cultural differences, that we're all united in our love of this country. And for me, that was the most important message that I took away today.
Thank you. Thank you. That was Minister Patty Hajdu, who was just here and watched the King walk by her area. She was standing.
Okay, Ashley Burke, thanks. We'll try and get someone who actually got to shake his hand and maybe had a little exchange with him. I noticed the finance minister made sure that he had an exchange, because that's the kind of fella he is. He wanted to get his word in with His Majesty. So you see here MPs milling about in essentially the lobby of the Senate while the King and Queen take a moment in an antechamber before they move to their next location. The next location is the National War Memorial, where they will lay a wreath. And before that happens, just want to quickly go out to Kate McKenna there to get a sense of what is unfolding where you are, Kate.
Well, Rosie, there's already quite a bit of action. You can see behind me the honor guard is already at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Soon the Prime Minister and his spouse will come out, so will the Governor General and her spouse, as well as the Chief of the Defense Staff and the RCMP Commissioner. So they will greet His and Her Majesty when they come, and then they're going to lay a wreath. And this is part of a commemoration for the 25th anniversary of the repatriation of the tomb of the unknown soldier. They will lay their wreath, and then there will be a fly past of F-18 jets from Bagotville. Again, as part of this commemorative service, it's expected to be somber, very similar in a lot of ways to a Remembrance Day service. And of course, we know this is in some ways a bit of a mandatory stop for the King. It's not the first time he will have laid a wreath at this location. The last time was in 2022. But we know that this is set to have some emotional resonance for him as well, because the royal family does have a history of military service, including the King, who served in the Navy from 71 to 76. And there are a lot of people here looking forward to seeing him, some of whom were watching the speech from the throne, on their phones or their mobile devices while it was happening, cheering, spontaneous singing of God Save the King. So a lot of excitement here once again for people to see King Charles.
And maybe the chance to have a bit of a walkabout. We'll see. The Governor General and the Prime Minister, thanks for that, Kate, making their way now over to the National War Memorial, which, in case you didn't know, was officially unveiled by King George VI in 1939. So lots of connections to the monarchy there as well. Going to go quickly, as we keep these pictures up, going to go quickly back to Ashley Burke, who's inside the Senate there, and does have the Minister of Finance, who did manage to talk to the King. Not surprisingly. Ashley, over to you.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm with Finance Minister Francois-Philippe Champagne, who made sure he shook the King's hand. How did you do it?
Well, listen, it became very naturally. He was just in front of me. I extended my hand. He shook my hand. We exchanged a few words. I told him I was the equivalent of the Exchequer, as they call it in the United Kingdom, Minister of Finance of Canada. So there was a moment of connection, I think, and I thanked him for his presence and obviously for reading a very ambitious throne speech. So there was a moment, in life you have these small moments. This was one of them.
What was that moment like for MPs? There were dozens lined up, shaking his hand, getting in a few words with him.
Well, people understood this was an historic moment. I think every Canadian, whether you were in the House here, whether you were watching at home or in the street, when he said Canada, true north, strong and free, I think everyone, I would think in Canada, at that moment, we realized the importance of that and the fact that we have the King coming and the eyes of the world which are watching Canada today. I'm very happy because this sends a very important message to the world. Canada is a confident country. Canada is an ambitious country. Canada is a strong country. And, we have also the presidency of the G7. So it's really Canada, resonating around the world with our values, with our ambition, and with our tradition, which I think was very important. The world is watching today, and the world is watching Canada.
There will be a vote on the speech from the throne. You'll need a few other MPs from other parties to support this. Are you confident that you can get that?
Yes, I am, because Canadians send every MP to work for them. And the measures we're going to be introducing, you heard them in the throne speech, about reducing tax for the middle class, allowing people to save GST on their first home, allowing as well, to build one Canadian economy. That's the type of thing that Canadians want to see, an ambitious Canada, a Canada which looks at the future. And I think the throne speech will galvanize everyone here. I can tell you what I hear from the MP. Everyone is pretty excited, and I have all confidence that they will be supporting the government, because that's what Canadians want. That's the message that Canadians have sent to all MPs, to work together, make things happen, make them happen fast, and with an ambitious agenda. Now it's for us to work.
That's the Finance Minister, Francois-Philippe Champagne, and he's part of the government that's trying to send a message to Donald Trump today.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. As you can see there, the Prime Minister doing a bit of a walkabout himself, something that he has got increasingly used to given his time on the campaign trail. Again, you wouldn't normally see this during a throne speech. Normally they just go off and get back to work. But as we've said, this is a moment in Canada's history, and the Prime Minister and his wife, they're also embracing it. Down in the crowds, our own Adrienne Arsenault is there. Adrienne.
Hey there, Rosie. I have learned a lot down here today, helped by Torsten, Victoria, and Cindy. We've had some time. They've been here for hours now, waiting. You were telling me about the Senate, right? What did it used to be?
It used to be an old train station.
Indeed. I did not know that. So we've been waiting for the King, obviously. And you said there's something in particular you liked watching. What was that?
I like watching the trains. Like, when it was leaving, we took line 2 and line 4.
That's right. This is a man who wants to be a train driver, right?
Yeah.
Victoria, you came down here with some intention. Tell me why it was important.
Yeah, just being here with my grandma was really important to me today, being at the National War Memorial. My great-grandfather was serving in World War II. He was a Cameron Highlander. Also, my great-uncle Wally, he actually died in Italy fighting for the freedom of Canadians. So being here today, witnessing history, seeing the King lay a wreath right here, it's a really historical, once-in-a-lifetime moment that my grandma and I really both wanted to see.
You also are in an interesting position because you're a Canadian at an American university.
Yes.
So you're staring at a different world right now.
Yeah, definitely with the rising and heated political environment that I'm seeing. I just really want to be here to support Canada. Definitely a unifying moment. Seeing the UK and Canada come together, really important for me to be here. Support my own country, so that's why I want to be here today.
What about you, Sydney? What do you think?
Well, I'm a second Cameron Highlander's daughter, and I've lived a long time and seen lots of stuff over the years, and here for my granddaughter, here for our country. It's a very special time.
That's fantastic. It's been a nice feeling in this group. I think we've all learned a lot here.
Yeah,
okay, and we're still waiting. No one's wilting in the sun yet.
No, I think we're good.
There's still time. Rosie?
Adrian. That is a very engaged group, as are most of the people who have gathered out here hoping to have a chance to meet the King, not just the Prime Minister, who's doing a good job, who's going to have sore hands from all the hands he's shaking today on what is an important day for him and his government. We're going to go back to Ashley Burke in just a moment, but as we wait, I mean, this is a remarkable moment of Canadian patriotism, and I'll go to David and then maybe Carolyn, and that is something that is sort of the silver lining of all of this with Donald Trump and the threats of annexation and whatever else you want to call it, is that Canadians have embraced in a different way what it means to be Canadian. And that's indeed what today is about as well.
Yeah, in the early stages of it, it manifested itself in a little bit of anger and hostility, right?
Yep.
The booing of the national anthem. Remember that one of the tariff days when you and me and Katie Simpson were on the air for like 100 hours, the clip came in of the anthem being booed. It's quieted a little bit from that to more of a resolve and a determination as people sort of rallied around the flag. It certainly was a through line that punctuated the entire recent election campaign. And you can see it just, riddling the policy approach of dealing with the U.S. as you need to, but taking care of business here at home with internal trade and cooperation and speeding up the way we do things as a country on the industrial side of things, and also looking east and west rather than just south all the time for opportunities and allies.
And here is the King and Queen there, led by the Usher of the Black Rod, the messenger of the sovereign. He's going to lead them up to their next stop. Lots of big cheers there for the King and Queen. And I wonder, Carolyn, how much of that is about the monarchy and how much is about Canadian identity? The two are obviously connected, but perhaps in a different way right now.
Well, I think this is a time when Canada is celebrating the political institutions, the history, the cultural traditions that make Canada distinctive from the United States. And when we look at Canada's history, there are all these various moments where loyalty to the Crown was cited as something that made Canada distinctive. And certainly that came out earlier in the 21st century when Queen Elizabeth II dropped the puck at the Vancouver Canucks game. And there were many Canadians at the time who noted this was something distinctive that you simply would not see happen in the United States.
Okay, lots of cheers there from the people, perhaps trying to get the King to come over to them. It looks like he's going to do that, in fact. That's a pretty impressive turnout, I will say. That is that's a lot of people for the middle of the day on a random Tuesday for a visit that is not very long, right? That is, just over 24 hours, 36 hours, to have this number of people come out. That would be, I would think, at a time when often the relevancy and importance of the monarchy is questioned, Carolyn, that would be reassuring for them as well. There is something in it here for the King and Queen too.
Yes, when Queen Elizabeth II's reign came to an end, there are many people who couldn't imagine anyone else in that role after this pivotal 70-year reign. And here we're seeing King Charles III and Queen Camilla bringing out the crowds who are happy to see them as well as cheer for Canada.
How lucky were those people, though, Rosie, to pick that spot.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
when they came down and lined
Right.
up today, and everyone, you know, on the length and breadth of Wellington there, as you move down from the Bank of Canada to the Supreme Court towards the Chateau Laurier, and well, you know, the Rideau Centre, if you just come to Ottawa to shop, you know, to just press up against the stanchions there and get to shake hands with the King and the Queen. That's pretty good luck of the draw.
That's pretty good luck. They have closed now part of Wellington, so people are sort of backed up on the back end of the National War Memorial, which is where King Charles is walking to now. It's about a 2-3 minute walk, very, very close to the Senate, as you can see there. And Kate McKenna is down there, Kate. Lots of people excited and hoping that the King makes their way over to him. I don't know. He's coming up there on your left, I think, so keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, I'll be watching for him. So far, we've seen the Governor General and her spouse, as well as Mark Carney and his spouse. They were sort of walking up the street behind me. I've kind of lost eyes on them at this time, but they were shaking hands with some people in the crowd. And of course, they are going to be meeting the King and the Queen here before their Majesties lay a wreath at the cenotaph. And there is just a real excitement in the air here. You know, there are a lot of media here. This pen is completely packed with journalists, not just from Canada, but of course from across the world. Oh, I see some people are yelling Mark Carney and cheering. I see he's walking over there a little bit on his way to go to his location where he's going to meet their Majesties. And this, of course, is the final stop on this royal visit before they go back to the UK. So there are people lined up all down Wellington, all down Sparks Street, just hoping to get a glimpse of their Majesties before they leave.
Okay, and the King, thank you for that, Kate. And the King is spending some time on this side here of, this is Elgin, I guess. Is that Elgin, the beginning of Elgin? Where the King is greeting people, just on the side of the National War Memorial, where he's headed right after that. Taking a little bit of time to greet people, and seems to be enjoying it.
Enjoy the moment. He's just outside our set. Like, I can go and invite him in if you want.
You try that. You try that. There's a lot of body men around him. I'm not sure how that's going to go for you. You've already got an exclusive with the Prime Minister, David. Let's just.
Well, I'll give him the chair. You can have the camera.
Okay.
We'll see if we can do this.
Okay.
Right? Carol,
He is. He is indeed just behind us. There is a canal in between where he is and where we are, so a little bit complicated. But part of what he's doing, as Kate said, not the first time he will visit the National War Memorial. In fact, the third time. And it is, in fact, the 25th anniversary of the Unknown Soldier tomorrow. So also an important moment for that kind of commemoration, and something obviously important to the King. This part of the day will still be taken up, obviously, by the King and Queen and this moment and the excitement of those who appreciate the monarchy and its role in Canada. And then the attention will turn back, I think, to the content of the speech and to what the government was trying to send as a message here. Again, a very short visit. The King and Queen expected to leave around 1 p.m. Eastern. So this is going to be a quick last stop for them before they make their way to the airport. But King Charles clearly enjoying himself there, Carolyn. I mean, this is a big part of his job, talking to his people. So you would want him to enjoy it, but he seems to be invigorated by it.
Yes, and his grandparents, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother, had a walkabout close to this very site at the National War Memorial in 1939, plunging into a crowd of First World War veterans. And because it was clear that the Second World War was going to break out at any time, that was highly symbolic. And there were veterans there who were just wondering if only the Germans could see this right now. So then, as now, the wider political circumstances had a way of informing the tour, the royal walkabout. So King Charles is very much following in the footsteps of his grandparents and of his parents, greeting as many people as possible.
Yeah, he did. In fact, that was referenced in the speech, in the part that the government wrote, that it was in 1957 when the Second World War was still very alive for many people. The Cold War was intensifying, and the Queen was there at that moment as well to sort of reassure Canadians at a difficult moment for the world. Obviously, circumstances are very different right now, not quite as intense, but legitimate none the same, and something that, yes, the King was requested to do, but obviously he's happy to do it here on this day.
The rapidity of the trips are truly something, though,
Yes.
Rosie.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
landed 24 hours ago, did all of the public events yesterday that Carolyn and Adrian, and yourself were part of the coverage of, going to Lansdowne and other places, and at Rita Hall, and now delivering the speech, laying the wreath, and then boom, back off again and back across the pond, as they say, back to the United Kingdom. But the broader context that we were talking about, going back to the 1939 visit, very much then the instability was coming from historic adversaries.
Yes.
Now the issue is coming from allies, right? Even talking about the Commonwealth and being a member of the Commonwealth of Nations. I was at the Commonwealth gathering in Rwanda in 2022 when then Prince Charles said to a lot of the smaller Caribbean nations, and others in particular, who are moving away from the crown as their head of state, that it was okay to do that, as long as we stay together as a community of nations with shared values. But, the biggest nation in the Commonwealth is India. And that is also a country with a very different position right now, in geopolitics, especially in relation with this country. So, the context of the time does inform, the events and the focuses of today. The historic comparisons, it's interesting to note that it's people you would assume would be allies that are causing the disruption instead of just traditional adversaries like in the past.
Okay, and the King and Queen, they're meeting with some veterans before they make their way to the National War Memorial. Kate, do you see the King now? Have you spotted him?
I can see the King. I have been watching the King as he just makes his way to the War Memorial, and there's just a lot of excitement here, Rosie. I mean, I've been saying it all morning, but it's really true. He's taking his time there, speaking with the veterans, but before he did that, he spoke with a number of people who have been waiting for him, in some cases, hours. And of course, as we've been talking about, this is the final stop for him before he goes back on the plane to the United Kingdom. So he has been taking a lot of time speaking with people, and so has the Queen as they have been, making their way. It's actually, as we know, just a very short walk from the Senate building to the War Memorial, and it speaks to the amount of time he's been taking, talking to people on his way here, that it has taken the amount of time that it has. But once he does get here, he'll be meeting with he'll be greeted rather by the Prime Minister, the Governor General. We saw them on their approach, as well as the Chief of the Defence Staff and the RCMP Commissioner, before he lays a wreath here at the War Memorial. So that's something we're watching for. I see he's now finished speaking with the veterans, at least in my eyesight. There might be more on the other side, but there are, quite a bit of international media here, and we're all kind of trying to look and see what's happening. So that's kind of the picture from the ground where I am.
Okay, thank you for that, Kate. He was just greeted by the Commissioner of the RCMP, Mike Durham, and the Chief of the Defence Staff, Jenny Carignan, as he's being walked now to the front of the National War Memorial, where this part of the ceremony will take place. A little bit like what you would see at Remembrance Day, perhaps, in a much smaller format.
You're right in the way.
We had to have one of those fishing ropes around the tip of the screw.
All right, the King and Queen making their last moments of chit-chat and small talk with some veterans here at the National War Memorial. After doing another inspection of the guard, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, having a moment of silence too at this important location for Canada, and indeed with a strong attachment to the monarchy. Going back now to thank the Commissioner of the RCMP and the Chief of the Defence Staff. Diana Fox-Carney, the Prime Minister's wife.
Straight narrow. Make sure he delivers all right.
Prime Minister thanking the King. I heard the Prime Minister's wife say, I'm going to make sure he delivers on this now. So there's one person who's going to hold him to account as he greets the Governor General and her husband.
And Rosie, this is where they'll all say goodbye, because
right.
While they accompanied him, the King, throughout this and much of it, they will not be taking him to the airport.
No.
The last person he sees is Stephen Guilbeault, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
The Minister of Canadian Identity, where the Heritage Portfolio now lives, will have the duty of, I don't know if escorting is the right word, but accompanying
Seeing him off,
the King and Queen to the airport.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we are.
A very warm reception, I would say, here for the King and Queen in downtown Ottawa for this moment in time. Again, a different moment, right, for this country. And so perhaps a renewed sense of patriotism for those people who believe the monarchy is a big part of this country. Not everyone does, obviously. Having a hard time getting him in the car there. Seems to want to shake a few more hands. We also had that beautiful fly past, which on a gorgeous day here in the nation's capital, couldn't have asked for a better day for this. But again, a very, very brief trip. From here, they will make their way to the airport, where, as David points out, it will be a very small ceremony of departure with just a minister and some other ceremonial people there.
People like the doctor, the medical professional that accompanies. This is the thing, when we have this rare privilege, in our careers to travel internationally with the Prime Minister. A doctor always travels with the Prime Minister, the same for members of the royal family. So those people who are there in the close contact, looking after them and tending to whatever needs they may have, because they need to be healthy, they need to perform. Those will be some of the last people they say goodbye to as they leave Canada to go back to the United Kingdom.
And obviously an enormous amount of security around both the King, the Queen, and of course the Prime Minister and Governor General. And a lot of road closures in the nation's capital over the past couple of days to make sure all of this is accommodated and dealt with. and you can still hear people cheering. There were in fact some hip hip hoorays, which I don't think I've heard since maybe I was a small child, to encourage the King and Queen as their motorcade now departs for the airport. I mean, we can talk about the politics of it, Carolyn, but from a royal perspective, a pretty successful trip, I would say.
Yes, that was a very successful royal visit. There was a lot of enthusiasm from the crowds. There was Canadian flags cheering, spontaneous singing of God Save the King. And you could hear at the end a few people shouting, "Thanks for coming." So him taking the time to come to Canada to open Parliament at a time when he's been undergoing cancer treatment, that's very much appreciated by Canadians.
Very significant. And as he departs, the royal standard on center block will come down and the Canadian maple leaf will go back up to signify that this has happened, that the king has departed. The Prime Minister, for his part, probably has work to do. He has an interview to do with you.
Does he
so
have that?
yeah, he has that.
Qualifies as work or not? But
in a couple of hours.
Yeah, we're going to have that conversation in a few hours. After the King and Queen have officially left Canada and everything is back to normal, and you'll of course be able to see that at 5 o'clock on our show on CBC News Network, Power and Politics, and we'll also be streaming it live on YouTube if you're away from your television, want to watch it on your phone. But it's my first time meeting Mark Carney, Rosie,
all right.
let alone interviewing him.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, I think he's talking there. Let's listen in if we can.
Institutions, from Indigenous peoples through to the Senate, the Parliament, the Supreme Court, the military represented for the Speaker of the Throne. Brilliantly delivered, I might add, by His Majesty. You see the enthusiasm. And even for me. As much as your viewers might as much as your viewers might not believe it.
Has His Majesty reinforced Canada's sovereignty?
Our sovereignty is strong. Yeah, strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Troy, are you flying back now?
Tomorrow, back to London.
Tomorrow?
Well, a bit of the morning. Yes, good morning.
You're going to show us around. You can live the dream. You're living the dream here now. Okay, right over.
Hey, more hip hip hoorays. That must be a royal thing, because I have never heard so many hip hip hoorays in my life. But big cheers for the Prime Minister as well. He's got a lot to deliver on if he wants to sustain the cheers, I would say. But a beautiful day in the nation's capital, marking an incredible moment in this country's history. I want to bring in now the CBC's Murray Brewster, who has a story to share with us about, you may have seen, that 16-year-old cadet who was accompanying the King and Queen to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier just now. Murray, I'll bring you in for this fascinating tale.
Well, I'm here to tell the story of Warrant Officer Olivia Vernelli. Her dad was Master Corporal Scott Vernelli. Now, he died on combat operations in Western Kandahar in March of 2009. And Olivia is a member of the Army Cadets. I believe she is with the 26th 42 Army Cadet Corps, which is part of the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, which provided the Guard of Honor here today. And Olivia was only 6 months old when her dad passed away. And we spoke with her yesterday, and she talked about how putting on that cadet uniform helps her maintain a connection with her father.
Since my father passed away when I was very young, I didn't get the opportunity to hear his stories and what he does in the military. So joining the cadet program made me really connect with my father, as I wear the same cap badge as him. When I go into the military buildings for parade night, I see a picture of him in the hallway. Every time I walk into that building or put on my uniform, I always know that my father would be very proud of me.
And she told me yesterday that she would be very excited to meet the King and the Queen, and if she had an opportunity to have some private words with them, she would tell them about her dad, and that she would talk about his third tour there. And he went back even though he had a small baby and a wife at home, and that speaks volumes about the Canadian character.
moment for her and for her family, Murray. And I know you traveled with her father, Master Corporal Scott Vernelli. You were embedded with his unit during one of the many times you went to Afghanistan. What was it like to meet this lovely woman that he never got to see get to this point in her life?
Rosie, it was an incredible treat because I had a number of conversations with Scott Vernelli when I was there, and took several photographs of him, and he often talked about Olivia. At the time, he was a new dad, and we sort of bonded over how we both have daughters, and it was just so moving to be able to actually meet her in person and have a conversation with her and have a conversation about her dad and about his service to Canada.
Very meaningful for her too. Murray Brewster, thank you for bringing us that story. Really appreciate it. That's CBC's Murray Brewster down at the National War Memorial, where the King and Queen have just departed, now making their way, of course, to the airport, where they're going to head right back home after a very brief but, enthusiastic trip here, where they did that important task of course, reading the throne speech. Omar Dabagi Pacheco, though, is at the airport, and he's with the minister waiting for the King and Queen, the Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity, Omar.
Thanks, Rosie. I'm here with Minister Stephen Guilbeault. Thanks so much for taking the time.
My pleasure.
I'm sure it's been a whirlwind for you as well, last not even 24 hours.
Well, certainly not as much as it was for the Royals.
How important was this for Canadians in this particular moment, and very symbolic, but also important, some would say, at this moment?
I think it was. I mean, the fact that it's the first time in almost 70 years that we have a royal come in and read the speech from the throne. To remember, I mean, obviously Canada is part of the Commonwealth, but we are a sovereign nation, and to remind some of our allies that this is the case, I think was very important. And also, in the speech from the throne, there were a number of messages from the King, from the Crown, about our shared history, but the fact that we are a sovereign nation. And I think that's, for a lot of people, it was important it was a message that was important to hear.
How much of a message was this designed to send to our neighbors down south?
One relevant example of people who may have needed to hear that message. Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you say that came across in the speech from the throne?
I think it did. I guess we'll see over time how much people got out of the speech from the throne and what they got out of it. But I think it was definitely one of the elements that we heard today.
For the King as well, coming here in this capacity for the first time, was there a thought put into how much Canadians would connect with him, and did you witness that firsthand on this tour?
Oh, I definitely did. I mean, both yesterday in Lansdowne Park and today on Wellington Street, hundreds and hundreds of people came, some as far as Yellowknife, to be able to see and maybe even have a chance to say hi and have a quick conversation with their majesties. I think definitely people care deeply, and it is a significant that it is his first visit as king in Canada.
Minister Guilbeault, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And so, Rosie, Minister, sort of reflecting with some of what I heard on the parade route today and at Lansdowne yesterday. A lot of people came here for the symbolism and sort of left with that sense that something more historic would be happening here after that speech from the throne.
Okay, Omar Dabagi Pacheco out at the airport, where the King and Queen are headed right at this hour. They're going to make their way home very shortly after this quick royal visit. As we've been talking about, the King outlined, yes, some of his admiration for the country and for Canadians in his part of the speech, the introduction to the speech from the throne.
This is my 20th visit to Canada, spread over the course of more than half a century, and my first as sovereign. As I've said before, every time I come to Canada, a little more of Canada seeps into my bloodstream, and from there straight to my heart. I've always had the greatest admiration for Canada's unique identity, which is recognized across the world for bravery and sacrifice in defense of national values, and for the diversity and kindness of Canadians.
That was just part of the King's introduction to the speech from the throne, the part written by him and the palace, touching on some of the issues facing this country directly. Let's bring in a special at issue to talk about a little bit of what we've seen and heard from the throne speech this afternoon. Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and Aaron Wary, who is in for Chantal this afternoon. Thanks to all of you for being here on a big day for the nation, a historic day at this moment. Andrew, do you think that this throne speech, this moment, met the moment? Because that's what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, I think so. It was, I wouldn't say it was a barn burner of a speech. They're not supposed to be. It was reassuringly dull in large part. But it was significant, not just in what was said, but who said it. There's a reason why the king was brought over for this. I think it was a reminder to people, not just of Canada's sovereignty, but of what it resides in, which is that we're not just a line on a map. We're a people with a history of heritage and of achievement and of blood and sacrifice in defense, as he said, of important values that has earned its right to take its place among the nations of the world. And that people who want to either annex us or blow the place up would do well to consider that.
Yeah, I mean, it was, whether you are a big fan of the monarchy or not, Althea, it was a reminder of sort of the fundamental pieces of Canada's history and identity. And I don't know if that in itself is just reassuring for Canadians at this moment.
I think so. I think most importantly, it's a political tool for Mr. Carney to tell Canadians that he is different than Justin Trudeau. Right. Because he has the king read the throne speech as opposed to the Governor General that Prime Minister Trudeau chose. So that in itself is a big symbol. And yes, I think in the wrap of the entire election campaign in terms of Canada's sovereignty vis-a-vis the threats from U.S. President Donald Trump, it fits into that narrative. But I think it is about a fundamental change that the Carney government is trying to say and to communicate to Canadians. And we saw that in the content of the throne speech as well.
Aaron, what did you make of both the King's specific comments and just sort of the context that we're in?
Yeah, I think the value of this, you can feel however you want about the king, you can feel however you want about the monarchy. I think today's, top value or sort of biggest benefit was as a reminder of just how Canadian institutions work and how different they are from the United States. We might pine for some of the drama and showmanship of a State of the Union address, and I think something like today is a reminder that we have a very different system, and I think in many ways a system that is a better tribute to democracy, at least a Canadian democracy. And I think there's value in sort of making that clear. Some of this speech is obviously going to make headlines in the United States and elsewhere, but I think it's the biggest takeaway should be that we have very different political institutions here, and there's value in them.
I want to play another moment. And again, this was a line written by the Prime Minister's office, but delivered by the King and got rousing applause and will be, I think, to Aaron's point, one of those moments that perhaps gets the attention of the people who need to get it. Let's listen.
As the anthem reminds us, the true North is indeed strong and free.
So again, just that line from the anthem, that it is indeed the true North, strong and free. So Andrew, the intent behind the speech was twofold, right? And we can talk about the policy explanations. But if the other intent of the speech was to send a message to Donald Trump, did it do that? Will it have got the attention of the president?
Well, we'll have to see. He pays closer attention apparently than we realize. He was, quoting or citing the leaders' debate at one point, yeah. So you never know. He does have a particular thing for royalty himself. He constantly remarks upon it. But I think it's more that the image that was presented of a country united behind its king. I don't think you can put to the margins the monarchy aspect of this. And I think this may prove to be actually a watershed moment. It was very interesting. Even people who were skeptical of the monarchy, when this first started to come out, we're saying Charles should speak out.
Yes.
Almost in spite of themselves.
Yeah.
And now he's done so. And I think what may be happening here is we're getting over a kind of an adolescent period in our history where we kind of thought we had to distance ourselves from that somehow we would grow up more if we put aside our past. I think perhaps in this moment of crisis, maybe we're realizing is You need roots, you need heritage to have strength. That's what gives you self-confidence to move forward in the world. It's this consciousness of what you've done together in the past. And monarchy and the crown is part of that. So I don't think it's coincidental that he was getting such a rousing reception from the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of what the Prime Minister has been trying to do, Althea, is try to position the country in relation to its history and its roots in the face of Donald Trump. And it has led to certainly renewed patriotism. I wonder, how long those anchors will be how long Canadians will feel those anchors beyond today.
Well, I would probably argue that actually it was Justin Trudeau back in February who kind of got the whole Canadian sovereignty, the pride, the buy local, the check your labels going. But I think it was, I feel like a broken record, but in contrast to Justin Trudeau, who so many felt had moved towards more of this post-national government that Andrew is talking about, where we were talking about Canada in a different way in terms of cultural identity, but not in terms of our history. But I think it's important to take a moment and pause that version of Canada doesn't speak to a lot of Quebecers. It doesn't speak to a lot of Canadians who don't see themselves in those traditions and in that history, who don't feel like they're part of that as well. So I think it is a balancing act that the government kind of needs to be aware of, because still, 44 members of the Liberal caucus are from Quebec, and a lot of them feel like, the king is the oppressor, is not something to be celebrated. Yeah, certainly members of the Bloc feel that way, but other members in Quebec as well. That is not a sentiment that they might be sharing today, whether it is real or not. We're just looking at some pictures there at the airport where the King and Queen are expected momentarily. Aaron, I'll just get your perspective on that issue of identity, and to Andrew's point about rooting it in history to remind people where we come from and who we are.
Yeah, I think the discussion in the last few years has understandably in a lot of ways focused on some of the more painful chapters in our history that haven't gotten enough attention, and you can't really separate the monarchy and the crown from that. And, it's entirely fair and reasonable for people to, have misgivings about the institution or to feel that there are painful moments in our history that need to be given their due. I think, in a crisis, what tends to happen is we find the things that unite us outnumber the things that divide us. And I suspect that that's kind of what's going on here. I do think it is, I take Andrew's point that you can't really separate the monarchy and the history and the king from these things. I do think, though, that even for people, again, who may not love the monarchy, I think you can at least look at a moment like today and a moment like, the broader moment that we're in and say, well, our system is at least preferable to a presidential republic at this very moment. I think people may take King Charles over President Donald Trump at this particular moment, and that's maybe not a thing that we would have said in the past. So I think there's some value, amid the pomp and ceremony and people fussing over brooches and what the king's wearing. I think there is value still just in the simple reflection on our institutions and how they work and their strength going forward.
Okay, as we wait for the King and Queen to arrive, do want to ask you one question about the more political, substantive policy issues inside the throne speech. I mean, certainly no surprises in terms of where the government is headed. But do you think, Andrew, that the Prime Minister and his team did a good job laying out the scale of their ambition, the plans moving forward, and the things that remain priorities for them in terms of a response to certainly the United States, but also as a way to continue to grow the Canadian economy? Yeah, well, the loftier the ambition, the vaguer it got. There were these loud proclamations of transforming the economy, et cetera. There was also some specific things, almost all of them, if not all of them, already mentioned more than once during the campaign, during his leadership campaign, in the mandate letter to the cabinet, et cetera. So we're nothing terribly unfamiliar in the themes. You are struck when you add them all up that this is absolutely a throne speech that, for the most part, a moderate conservative government could have delivered. I think they are in a position now, they're going to be conscious at every waking moment that they're gearing up for the next election and trying to get themselves to a position where they can get a majority. Right now, with the NDP flat in their back, they've got some room. Obviously, they could always have to keep one eye on that, but they've got some room to court those centrist voters who they might need to put them over the top. Althea, what did you make of the way the agenda was laid out? Again, it wouldn't be surprising for people that voted for the Liberals or who were paying attention, but it was very clear the steps that the government intends to take in terms of the big priorities.
I think it was a little surprising, I have to say. Like, there's much more detail in the throne speech than there was in the mandate letters. Yep. And what they chose to emphasize from the platform in this throne speech is interesting, and I completely agree with Andrew. Like, this is a throne speech that you could easily see, have seen Aaron O'Toole deliver, for example, the former Conservative leader, or even Stephen Harper, frankly. Like, there's no mention of women in this throne speech. There's no mention of Canadians with disabilities. They talk about we are at a moment of crisis. And the crisis, of course, has changed, but it made me think about, we were talking about COVID being a moment of crisis and what we wanted to do to address the crisis that COVID had brought to our eyes and the gaps that we were now aware of. All that is gone. There's no mention of seniors either in this throne speech. Like, it is no longer a hodgepodge of, I need to virtue signal to this group or to that group. It is back to what the federal government traditionally does, defense. They're going to spend a lot of money on defense, and they're going to build up the Canadian defense industry. There's some stuff about housing and a little bit from the platform, but the focus on energy and defense, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the middle class tax cut, building the economy, building more homes, those are things that help all people without having to name different cohorts. Aaron, I don't know whether you saw it the same way as Althea. There are things there for the broad public, but yeah, no mention of specific groups, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know that this is, I think this is, arguably a throne speech that an Aaron O'Toole government could have delivered. I don't know that it's a throne speech that a Pierre Poilievre government would have delivered. No. And so I think there is still a fairly stark ideological difference between the parties. I do think, I think I've said it before, but they really aren't backing off the language of, moving at the scale of the challenge and speed being of the essence and transforming the economy and so on. And so I think, while I guess it's good to see the government sort of sticking by its rhetoric and its, framing of the moment, I'm curious to see how it actually unfolds now that they have a parliament in front of them and they actually have to put some legislation before it. Can they actually move with the speed and haste that they're promising to?
And Althea, what is your sense of that, given that now, there's legislation for the middle class tax cut, for the interprovincial trade, for bail seems to be, I don't know if it's for this sitting, but all these things seem to be on the agenda in a 4-week sitting. Like, obviously not all those things are going to get done.
So my understanding is they actually want to introduce legislation to move on some of the stuff that is in this throne speech and move quickly. But they're kind of handicapped in a way because they have to give the opposition days where they have control over the government agenda. So that's going to delay them. I don't know how they're going to move as fast as they would like with votes without extending the sitting a little bit longer than we normally sit into June, maybe even into July. But I'm sure the parties are, I haven't actually spoken to them, but I assume that they're negotiating on that at this very moment. But, if things signal in a different direction, and the Bloc is like, I'm not supporting this, you could easily see that, it's the Conservatives who are going to have to support a defense bill, for example, and not the traditional NDP Bloc supporters that usually the Liberals rely on.
Okay, we're just looking at pictures here of the King and Queen now who have arrived at the airport, greeted by Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of, essentially a Minister of Heritage, but now Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Official Languages. They're just going to make their way on. Omar, you're down there with still. I'm not sure if you could see the King and Queen and if there's people there sending them off.
I am, yeah. It's incredible. The size of this motorcade is of course, as large as you would expect it. We just saw the King and Queen stepping outside of their vehicle. What is impressive to me is how quickly all of this came together. In the last hour, we saw the red carpet come out. You're seeing him greet some members of staff there. On the other side of the plane, there are 25 members of the Royal Canadian Dragoons. That's the senior-most cavalry regiment in Canada. He's about to board this CC-330 Husky. This is a plane reserved for high-ranking officials and dignitaries. This is being called an administrative departure, so it won't have all the bells and whistles that you may be accustomed to seeing in some of the previous visits. And despite that, obviously, you can see how many people are out here. We spoke, of course, with Minister Guilbeault not too long ago. And what we saw throughout this visit was the King and Queen taking a lot of time to shake people's hands, talking to them, has this ability to seemingly have very authentic conversations with people in a very short amount of time. He's doing that with people that he's meeting with here. And I got to say, as we see him approach the plane there, I mean, this has been a whirlwind trip, right? I think we're still not hitting the 24-hour mark since their arrival. And in that time, I think, most of the people that I have spoken with will say that it has been symbolic but impactful to see the King and Queen for the first time as King and Queen. In some cases, some people that once-in-a-lifetime chance to shake their hand, to share a story with them. And a lot of that was kind of reflected in that speech from the throne, that theme that we heard of renewal and reestablishing a relationship sort of was reflected with the people that I spoke to. They came, I think, a lot of people to Lansdowne and to the parade today for the symbolism, but I think they left with that sense of the historic importance of all this. And if that was what this was designed to do, at least for the people that I spoke with, that certainly came through.
Well, they're having a hard time getting him on the plane there, Omar, because he keeps stopping to talk to people. Wants to make sure he gets everything he can from this very brief royal visit.
He has not stopped doing that in all the events that I've seen. Seems to be very, willing to engage. You asked earlier, like, what is in it for the king in this case, and I do think for the people I spoke to, they did. There was that sense of reconnecting with the monarchy.
Well, and now he's greeting some of the would-be Ottawa police officers that would have been part of the security. Well, maybe not the detail, but certainly shutting down the roads and making sure that they could get where they needed to go. Guess they're going to get in an official picture here with the King and Queen, which is a nice moment for
Interestingly,
everyone as well. Yeah.
I've spoken to some of those, traffic officers. They're some of the best in the country. These, you see them riding the Harley Davidsons. They weigh about 1,000 pounds. These things are incredibly difficult to manage at slow speeds, like they have to do with these dignitaries. And for them, having interviewed many of these officers before, this is really kind of a highlight of their careers.
Sure. And I will say, as someone that's covered lots of visits, the motorcade for the U.S. president, far larger, into the 90s in terms of cars, but I never see the president stop to thank the police officers and take pictures with everybody. So this is probably a really nice bonus for these people who have been working long hours, getting the city ready for this moment, for this very quick visit.
Incredibly stressful, too, because some of those officers have told me, for example, Obama's visit where he went for that infamous beaver tail in the market, many of them were not informed ahead of time that was going to happen. So they sometimes have to come up with a plan last minute and make sure that, of course, their VIP is secure throughout what can be a really challenging, traffic nightmare.
Okay, some more handshakes here by the King and Queen before they board, as Omar said, the Airbus that is one of a newly acquired planes by the Royal Canadian Air Force, because while he is here, he is the King of Canada. He's always the King of Canada, but he's coming here in that capacity. The government did have to send a plane to go and get him for this royal visit, and so that plane will be going back to bring him back to London, to the United Kingdom. Maybe one more pit stop here. I don't know if this is his head of security here, this gentleman with the white beard, but he's the only one who seems to be allowed to boss the king around in terms of where to go next and when to get on the plane. And of course, again, the royal standard is up again at, as you can see there, with that crowd at the airport, because the King and Queen are there. One more photo now. I'm not sure if these are people who were involved. It looks like people who were probably involved in the planning of this trip.
Meeting the traffic officers is such a nice touch, right? Because all of these people, from the police officers to the protocol staff to the people who work at Rideau Hall to cadets to Canadian Armed Forces, they practice and drill and prepare long hours on long days for what is a 24-hour whirlwind visit, by the monarch. And, to get that little bit of individual recognition and one-on-one, that's a nice touch, right? That not only to have been part of it, but to be appreciated for it and recognized for it. That is a nice moment to see the King and Queen taking the time to do that.
Well, that's how the monarchy gets in, Carolyn,
Yep.
right? That's how they stay relevant, is making
power.
sure they shake a lot of hands.
And there's a lot of precedents there. In 1959, when they took the train across Canada, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip posed for a photo with the train staff and the porters who traveled with them west across Canada. So they always like to acknowledge the people who've been involved in making the visit a success.
You do see echoes of this too with, I've never traveled with a king, but I've traveled with a former prime minister multiple times. But Rosie, you would know this as well. Like when they go to a foreign country, the embassy staff there, they do the same thing that this group of people have done, to prepare in advance for the trip by the king and by the queen. And there's always, always a moment where they take the time to, get a picture with them, to meet them all individually, shake their hands. And we're not just talking about the ambassador or the head of mission or whatever. You're talking about just rank and file people who are doing sort of the basic nuts and bolts work. And all of these trips can become a bit rote when you're the VIP who does them with such great frequency. But for everybody playing that small behind-the-scenes role, it's maybe a career highlight depending on the field that you're in. And to get that little bit of that. It takes very little for the king, the queen, or the prime minister or whoever to do those little individual touches, and it gives you a story, it gives you a moment, it gives you a memory, and it gives you that sense of appreciation for what is, as we suspect he will actually get on the plane, Rosie. So far has been a job well done for this trip, which has gone pretty smoothly.
Yeah, and I mean, as well as being a whirlwind trip, it was also planned, I would say, in record time as well, because while the request for this went in, before the election, we didn't know how long the election would be, when Parliament would be back, when the throne speech would happen. So all those things also happened in an extraordinary amount of time, given these kinds of things usually need a lot of planning. Of course, it was not as substantive as other royal visits, just here in the nation's capital, really for this one primary task of delivering the throne speech, but remarkable nonetheless that it all got handled and went very smoothly. From everything that we can see here.
Well, the pace of everything. Again, 80 days since Mark Carney won the leadership, 75 days since he was sworn in as prime minister, and we're not even a month from the election. Tomorrow's 1 month, right? The 28th of May, April 28th being election day, which really turned into the 29th, the 30th, and it kept going. But the level of diplomatic, political, and now constitutional activity has been quite rapid and quite significant.
Omar, it does seem as though the king will in fact get on the plane, that he's talking to a few more people on his way up that red carpet.
He's talking to the Royal Canadian Dragoons, and it seemed like he was going to shake each one of those 25 or so hands, but the pace seems to have picked up a little bit. Again, it's that pace that has been since yesterday. It's surprising he was able to shake so many hands in, I don't know, is it still under 24 hours that he's been on the ground here? It's something we've seen throughout. And I mean, I've spoken to some of the people whose hands he shook, and I mean, it means a lot. That little moment, whether it's a traffic officer, whether it's just a Canadian who's come out to try to meet him, it means a lot to those people, and it stays with them for a long time.
And it is, for so many reasons, a moment in this country's history. His first visit as king, done for this very particular reason, to deliver a throne speech. Only the third time in Canada's history that this has happened, at a remarkable moment in Canada's history for a new government, a new prime minister, in an attempt to really counter some of the threats and feelings that Canadians have been having as of late because of U.S. President Donald Trump. And there he goes. All right, I think we're going to stay with these pictures and stay with this moment until the plane leaves. But I think at issue is still here. So I'm just going to bring them back just to finish our conversation about the politics of what we heard today before I let them go. Andrew, I'll just go back to you on sort of what Althea was talking about there, about whether how easy it's going to be to get some of these things done in 4 weeks in a minority parliament, and whether the Prime Minister's expectations are too high for what lies before him.
Well, I presume they will have a very short list for the next few weeks. I can't imagine that they would be under any illusions about how much they could get done in that period. They do have a relatively free hand because they're a pretty strong minority government. Nobody wants an election anytime soon. But some of these ambitions, as I say, are so sweeping that I'll be surprised if they ever get around to them, frankly. But it will take a lot longer than a few weeks. I do want to come back to this point. I think Aaron made a good point. Aaron's point's well taken, that you would not have seen perhaps a Poilievre government giving this speech, but it is striking how many of the themes in this speech and the themes that they've been repeating in the past weeks are basically covering the government off for their weaknesses that the Conservatives have been particularly adept at exploiting on housing, on immigration, on crime, on faster approval of energy projects. Those are all basically Conservative attack points that the Liberals have decided they have to take on board and have to answer. So a lot of this was dictated, if you will, by Poilievre and the Conservatives, even if it wasn't written by them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was, they exposed vulnerabilities for the Liberals, and the Liberals seized on them to promise that they would fix them and win the election.
Eventually.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, to your point, but
they eventually seized on them. They were a little
eventually
slow
seized on them, yes, and they may eventually fix them. We'll see whether that happens too. Aaron, just on the sitting and what needs to get done here based on what you heard in the throne speech today.
Yeah, I think there's some measures they can take, somewhat quickly if they have opposition agreement and cooperation, things like the income tax cut, for instance. We keep talking, I just want to throw this one thing in, that, we keep talking about how there's only 4 weeks in the spring sitting. There's no constitutional rule that says MPs are supposed to have the summer off. So they could, they could extend the sitting. I just feel like it should be pointed out that they are not legally required to go home at the end of June. That said, even if they do all go back to their constituencies and do very important work, I'm sure, over the summer, I don't know that. I think the government needs to be focused on capitalizing on the momentum it has. It still needs to be getting things done. Yeah. I think they may end up regretting it if the Prime Minister and his cabinet sort of put their feet up over the summer and try to recuperate from the past 6 months. I think they have a moment right now where the country and provincial governments and maybe even opposition parties are sort of willing to go along with action, and they should seize that moment as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, and to be clear, the 4 weeks of sitting is what is there right now. It could go longer. You've all pointed that out. That could go longer if they see the need for it. They have a couple of big other moments: the Premier's meeting, the First Minister's meeting, rather, the G7, of course, which is a critical pivot moment as well for this Prime Minister. But if they wanted to go longer into the summer, they certainly could. I also don't get the impression that this Prime Minister is going to take his foot off the gas even in July. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not sure that will happen. Andrew, did you want in there?
Just a couple of fun facts. At present, the Parliament is scheduled to sit for 73 days in total this year. That would be the fewest days sitting since 1937. The British House of Commons has already sat for 76 days and plans to spend 120 more before the year is out. So they will have sat for more than 3 times as many days this year as our Parliament did.
Yeah, well, this is the first time they're sitting, right, in this year, in 2025. So it is not a great record of getting things done in the House, although there have been things that have been dealt with elsewhere. And, of course, there was an election that had to get underway. Althea, last thought to you on that?
Well, I mean, everything Andrew said is correct. It's not just the G7. It's not just the First Minister's meeting. There's also a NATO meeting where we have heard the head of NATO say that the benchmark is no longer 2%, but 5%. That's a lot of money. And I think one thing that will be difficult for the Prime Minister to achieve, I don't doubt his desire to move as fast as he can, is the timelines that he is putting on himself, on his ministers, on the premiers. Mélanie Joly, the new industry minister, gave a bunch of different interviews in which she said that she basically has 60 days to get rid of all the red tape in her department. But sometimes, what one person calls red tape or waste or barriers, as we saw in the throne speech, or what other people believe are worthwhile environmental regulations, for example. So I think there will be a bit of pushback, especially on the coalition that brought Mr. Carney to power. And so I think that's something to watch for in the weeks and months ahead.
The premiers too, they talked a good game for a couple of weeks there about how ready they were to get rid of interprovincial trade barriers. I think with each passing day, that will is going to recede. I hope that we can push forward as much as possible while the iron is hot.
Amongst the premiers, do you think that's going to recede? Amongst the premiers? Yeah, amongst the premiers, Andrew, you think that's going to recede? Because the government only has so much it can do, right, in terms of the federal regulations it wants to get rid of, by Canada Day. Yeah.
Yeah, it can take care of its own barriers, but pushing on the province. I mean, in theory, constitutionally they should have the power, and arguably they do have the power, but they don't feel they have the legitimacy to really tackle the provinces that way.
Yeah. Okay, Althea and Andrew, I will see you later tonight on the National for At Issue. Erin, thank you for pinch hitting as always. Appreciate it very much. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Okay, we're going to stay on those pictures there, though, of the King and Queen getting ready to depart the nation's capital after, as we've said, a very brief visit for a very specific focus, which was to deliver this throne speech and to reassure Canadians, remind Canadians of their identity, their history, and to send a message to the U.S. president. And Carolyn, maybe this is not a fair question to you as a royal commentator, but do you think that any of that happened over this visit from your perspective?
Yes, I think we saw Canadians coming together from all walks of life. I was particularly struck by the crowd at Lansdowne Park yesterday. We saw Canadians from a wide variety of cultures, all celebrating what it is to be Canadian. And as we've discussed, U.S. President Donald Trump is very interested in the royal family. He makes a big fuss over royal invitations such as that state visit to the United Kingdom. So even if he somehow restrains himself from commenting, we can be sure that he's paying close attention to what the royal family is doing. And today, King Charles III has been here in Canada giving the throne speech.
Given the King's health, given the fact that he's limiting a little bit his work and certainly his travel, how much would this be looked at in the UK? How much attention do you think that this would get over there?
In the UK, there's been a lot of interest. As you say, King Charles has not been traveling perhaps as much as he expected in the early years of his reign because of his cancer diagnosis. And in the UK, there's also a lot of interest in the distinctly Canadian aspects of the tour, the presence of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the speech from the throne, the meetings with Canadians in all sorts of different circumstances, from the tree planting to the maple syrup vendors there in Lansdowne Park, and also King Charles III's willingness to have genuine, spontaneous conversations everywhere he goes. That also attracts a lot of attention. And something that's come up in previous Canadian tours is whereas Queen Elizabeth II was always careful to remain dignified in photographs, King Charles III wasn't afraid to have a fun moment, whether it was trying out the DJing equipment in Toronto at a youth employment center, or speaking with people dressed as giant vegetables at a farmer's market. There have been all sorts of moments from the future King Charles's visits as Prince of Wales where he's simply been enjoying himself as well as undertaking official engagements. And I think we saw that today, that he was genuinely moved by the response from the crowd, and there were a lot of smiles and spontaneous conversations where it was clear that he was having a good time and connecting with Canadians who he has met before, as well as Canadians who are watching their first royal visit.
I do wonder, too, whether the fact that the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is such a known entity in the UK also sort of amplifies the interest, because he obviously had a very public presence in the United Kingdom. So there's that piece of it as well.
Yes, so there was already a warm rapport between the King and the Prime Minister from the Prime Minister's time as Governor of the Bank of England, and all sorts of different connections there. So the rapport was already in place before this trip came together.
Yeah. But also, David, just, you know, people in the UK, they know Mark Carney. They knew him before he was Prime Minister. So so they have a different relationship with him than I think the countries would and other Prime Ministers would.
Well, he was a Canadian who was the governor of the Bank of England, first off, right? You know, plucked for that role by the former Chancellor of the Exchequer of a Conservative government because of, you know, his handling of the financial crisis. While the governor of the Bank of Canada, but not just that, you know, the singularity of being a foreigner to run the Bank of England. I mean, he was the guy who had to go on national British television the day after Brexit when the markets were in free fall and try to reassure everybody that it was going to be okay. And like the television numbers for his speech was like 30 to 35 million people at a moment of great uncertainty.
Can I just point out one quick thing before we continue? The fact that the plane says the True North Strong
right next to the
free,
cockpit.
which is exactly
and there's a
how
QR
the
code
ended.
there. I'm not sure what that's for. Scan it on your phone if you can.
Just to hammer home the message. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's as subtle as a punch, isn't it? Just having it there. But, you know, Mark Carney was known for those things because he wasn't just the governor of the Bank of Canada. He was the governor of the Bank of England, excuse me. Well, he was both. Bank of England at a very specific moment of economic crisis for them. You know, there's criticism of his record and mixed reviews of it, but, you know, being asked to come take over you know, the central bank of the United Kingdom at a time when it was having like productivity challenges and economic challenges, and then be faced with the willful severing of a highly successful economic partnership with the continent of Europe for a bunch of domestic political reasons, and may or may not have been, you know, algorithmic manipulation of that referendum and all of these different things. You remember a guy who does that stuff, and now he's the Prime Minister, you know, of a Commonwealth nation, a G7 and NATO ally. You would have to assume, I mean, Donald Trump knows who he is and pays attention to him because of the rare air that he has traveled in professionally. I have to suspect his prime ministership will resonate back in the United Kingdom as well.
Well, he's also making choices to make sure that happens. For instance, giving that interview to Sky News. He gave one Canadian interview as Prime Minister. He's about to do a second with you this afternoon. But he also gave one to British media. And that also had a clear objective, in part to, I think, keep his profile up in the UK, but also around the world, that the message is different to foreign media than it is to domestic media.
Yeah, I mean, he's keen on that, right?
Yep.
Like, I think he spoke to the BBC also on election night as well.
Yeah, briefly.
But he's made the effort to stay on the international stage, you know, to the frustration of some of us lowly domestic journalists. But, you know, we are going to get to sit down with him today, and I expect we'll see more and more of this, you know, now that you're through this frantic, sort of frenetic pace over the past, 80, 85 days. Well, how long was the leadership campaign? He's really been a politician for about 100, 120 days. But yeah, I mean, he wants to do the thing where he wants to build these alliances with Europe economically and on defense partnerships. You know, he talked about the Rearm Europe initiative in the throne speech, right? That was there. So, you know, does the diversification of the Canadian defense industry, such as it is, you know, is that just about building munitions and equipment for us domestically? Is it about, you know, displacing some of the U.S. military-industrial complex as a supplier to Europe? What exactly are the full implications of all of that? But, you know, having a good reputation, a good profile, and goodwill in your allied countries is an important part of it, and hence an important part of the media strategy.
Okay, and it looks like the Airbus is about to depart here from Ottawa with King Charles III and Queen Camilla on board as they end their first trip to Canada as during his reign. We'll see whether there's another one, but this is the first one, and an important one given what has happened today. That speech from the throne delivered from that new throne that was carved with the help of his mother, with the direction of his mother, in tribute to his mother in the new Senate building. The first time that has happened in that building. A very brief trip here by the King and Queen, really at the request of the Prime Minister for this moment in time. And again, lots of mentions both in the King's own personal remarks as well as in the government's remarks about the uniqueness of Canada, about the Canadian identity, about the strength of Canada and its sovereignty. You heard Ambassador Pete Hoekstra, the U.S. ambassador to Canada, say to our our colleague Catherine Cullen over the weekend that there's easier ways to send a message. There might be, but this is one that will hammer you over the head a few times in case you didn't get it the first time directly from the Prime Minister in the Oval Office. This is an awfully good reminder of the way Canada is different from the United States, and as the Prime Minister told the President, not for sale.
I was going to say, Rosie, there's kind of a tonal symmetry, too, with the messaging in the speech and the way the Prime Minister handled that meeting in the Oval Office, that it was sort of gentle and subtle, interjections and redirections with the President rather than a bombastic sort of confrontation where you're litigating small points with the President.
Which doesn't work, we've seen.
No, and it gets you nowhere, right? Yeah. It's not a $200 billion surplus, it's actually this. Yeah. And it becomes a race into whataboutism. But, some things will never be for sale. The real estate, reference talking about Buckingham Palace in the Oval Office, certain things not being for sale.
Yeah, that's right.
The symmetry in the residence, to this moment as the Air Force plane with the King and Queen gets ready to take off.
All right. And they're off. They're on their way home. The King and the Queen. The palace would be happy with this trip, I think, Carolyn, yes?
Yes, I think so. It was very well received, and it went according to plan that King Charles III and Queen Camilla were able to stick to their schedule and make it to all of the different points there and engage with as many Canadians as possible in quite a short period of time. King Charles III has had a lot of success with these very short, targeted royal visits, a very big change from the early years of Queen Elizabeth II's reign, where, yes, the 1957 royal tour to open Parliament was a short royal tour, but 1959 saw the last big whistle-stop tour of Canada with visits to all the provinces and territories.
I mean, partly because it's easier to travel now, so you can do these in and outs that quickly. You don't need to spend weeks and weeks in a country once you get there. Omar, you're still at the airport there. I'll just get a final thought from you as someone who spent a lot of time talking to the people who got to talk to the King and wanted to be there for him. Just your thoughts on whether, from their perspective, from the perspective of Canadians, this was a successful trip.
Yeah, I mean, in my day-to-day job, I speak to a lot of Canadians in the field, and I think the first kind of gelling moment of patriotism was that 51st state comment. I saw people from disparate groups kind of come together around that. And I saw that again here in the people that I was speaking to throughout the course of the last 24 hours in terms of the approachability that you mentioned to the royalty. And in terms of the symbolism, that seemed to get a lot of people out. I spoke to a lot of people who I don't think were necessarily royal fans, but they were brought out by that symbolism and what I think they perceived as the importance of that symbolism. And so if the intention was to really connect with Canadians, send a message, and renew that relationship with the King, I think from the people I spoke to, which were a lot of people throughout the last 24 hours, that certainly resonated with them.
Okay, Omar Debegi-Pacheco, thank you for all your work over the past couple of days. Appreciate it very much. Omar's out there at the airport where the King and Queen have now departed, heading home. I think we're going to do this next. Ashley Burke was, as you know, in the Senate through the course of the day. There were various prime ministers who were there in the Senate building, and she managed to catch up with former Prime Minister Kim Campbell.
Just describe what that moment was like inside the chamber and what stood out to you.
Well, what was interesting was the interesting combination of informality and formality. Every time there was a moment when people didn't have to be in their seats or doing something formal, it was a madhouse. They were all running around talking to each other. So I said, we're a law-abiding but unruly group of people. But there was a kind of a deeper sense of delight in the connectedness of people being there and the historic importance of the occasion. That this was, we have openings of Parliament all the time. That's how our parliamentary system works. But it was very special to have, the King and Queen there and a reminder, because there were all sorts of lieutenant governors and former governors general there, sort of the people who actually perform the functions of the monarchy in our country. And I think to have the origin stone there really was kind of delightful. And You know, I always say that the reason the monarchy works in Canada is that we've Canadianized it, that its functions are performed by distinguished Canadians of all different backgrounds. So we, display our diversity, and good people come forward and do these jobs, and which are very important. But it was just, I think, quite delightful.
This moment was designed to send a message to Donald Trump about Canada's sovereignty. What message do you think it sent, and do you think it will work?
Well, I don't know, but I thought that the whole gathering was sort of a whole kind of, a committee on un-American activities, because it was so un-American, the way, who was there, our First Nations people in their beautiful, beautiful regalias and garbs, just the whole nature of it, as I say, and the combination of deep, deep historical seriousness, because it's a ceremony that goes back hundreds of years in the parliamentary tradition, but also the great modernity of it, the fact that we are, a country of great diversity, even when we look at who our Supreme Court justices are, who they are, it just was a very interesting snapshot of Canada today, who we are, and the combination that we have, our two languages. If you look, we are not Americans, and we don't feel we have to tell people that, but it was just very clear what is distinct about our national identity. And as I say, I quite like the fact that there is this, on the one hand, great respect for tradition, but on the other hand, this great equality and informality, that we don't have a lot of social hierarchy, that the people who were there were all there because they were either elected members of Parliament or appointed to the Senate as distinguished members of the community. The vice-regal people were all people who were just good people from the community. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Former Prime Minister there, Kim Campbell, speaking with Ashley Burke inside the Senate. She one of a handful of former Prime Ministers who were there, including Stephen Harper, Justin Trudeau. Mila Mulrooney was there on behalf of her late husband, Brian Mulrooney. So it was a big turnout for an important moment in history. And during the throne speech, the King did speak as well about Canada's place on the global stage. Let's take another listen to that moment.
Many Canadians are feeling anxious and worried about the drastically changing world around them. Fundamental change is always unsettling. Yet this moment is also an incredible opportunity, an opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and to act bigger, an opportunity for Canada to embark on the largest transformation of its economy since the Second World War. A confident Canada, which has welcomed new Canadians, including from some of the most tragic global conflict zones, can seize this opportunity by recognizing that all Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away.
Just part of the message that the government wrote and wanted the King to deliver today about the strength of this country and what it can do in the face of threats from anywhere. Just take a final moment now to get some final thoughts from my two friends here about this moment. Carolyn, we've talked about it being a success. We've talked about how it will resonate in the United Kingdom. What do you think the King, as his first visit to Canada as King, managed to do here today that perhaps either the country needed or the government wanted to see from him?
I think he managed to personify the sovereignty of the nation and to bring attention to Canada's unique history and political institutions. And I think he's also setting the tone for his reign going forward, that following in the footsteps of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, he clearly takes his role as King of Canada very seriously. And we're going to see that in subsequent royal visits in the coming years.
He is older, right? and he's coming into this at a later stage than his mother did. So the amount of time that he has to make an impact as the King of Canada is diminished, right? He's on a tighter timeline.
Yes, he's trying to achieve as much as possible in what will undoubtedly be a shorter reign and what may one day be seen as a transitional period going into the next reign. And that's why he's determined to do as much much as possible, make the most of these various tours. Queen Camilla has indicated that he didn't particularly enjoy the time spent recovering from rounds of cancer treatment. He wanted to be out there meeting people, undertaking his royal duties, and of course having the kind of days that we've seen yesterday and today, being as engaged as possible.
Carolyn, thank you for that. I want to go now to the House of Commons, where the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, is responding to the throne speech.
People who work hard can have bigger paychecks that allow them to create a good life for their family and to be able to live without fear of criminality, that we break our dependency on the United States. So in this speech, we were looking for solutions to allow Canada to achieve those goals. We heard a lot of slogans and a lot of messages that the government basically copied from the Conservatives, but unfortunately there were no specific plans to implement them. For example, they are promising to develop major projects, but they are refusing to mention the elimination of C-69, which is the anti-development legislation, or the ban on ships carrying our oil overseas rather than just to the United States. And they talked about crime, but they are refusing to announce the elimination of Bill C-75, the legislation which provides for automatic bail for very dangerous criminals. Now, they used a lot of slogans about controlling spending, but they never mentioned a single thing that the government will actually eliminate from its spending. And this is a government that is morbidly obese. So we are here to propose real solutions. In other words, to cut bureaucracy, cut consultants, foreign aid, to bring down inflation, the debt, and taxes. We are here to propose real solutions to build our resources here in Canada by eliminating C-69, the ban, the cap on energy, and our build-free areas, to revoke those liminal laws that allow repeat offenders to be on the streets, so that we can bring back safety to our streets, and to do that in real terms. So again, we heard messages but no plans. Mr. Carney presented himself as a man with a plan, but what we're seeing, what we're hearing are slogans without a specific plan. We will be putting pressure on the government.
Some of the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, responding to the throne speech, something he won't be able to do in the House because he doesn't yet have a seat. We'll bring you the full press conference and more of his comments on CBC News Network shortly. I want to get a final thought from David, though, before we leave you for this moment.
Well, it was interesting to see, like you talked about the King being on a tight timeline. So is Mark Carney.
Sure.
He's laid out a pretty aggressive agenda for a short spring session of Parliament. He obviously has a deal with the United States, but he's very much laid out a plan that he thinks will take care of business here at home, on internal trade, on productivity, on industrial development, and on defense policy, while then looking to allies old and new on defense and economic relationships and trade to sort of hedge against the challenges coming from the United States. So yes, to Mr. Poilievre's point, it was a lot of words today. The specifics will come, the legislation will come, and it's day 80 since he won. It's going to take a little bit more time than that.
David Cochrane, thank you so much for all of your help. David, of course, will be interviewing the Prime Minister. You can see that later on Power and Politics. Carolyn Harris, thank you for your help as well. And thank you so much for joining our special coverage on this historic day for the country. King Charles, his first visit as monarch here in Canada to read the speech from the throne, laying out, as we've been talking about, some of the new government's priorities, but of course, also sending that message to Canadians and around the world. My thanks to everyone who helped with our coverage today, both in front of the cameras and behind. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Rosemary Barton. Take care.
The true north is indeed strong and free.